So hello everyone, and
Right.
welcome to some more Tyranny here in Twitch stream and later on in YouTube as well. And indeed, I'm considering taking Cyrene with us instead of Ep. Not certain though, but maybe not. I don't know yet. But anyways, at least we can start by talking to her, even though she is a strange being.
Hello, Fatebinder.
Cyrene greets you quietly, face drawn. Her countenance presents a world-weary exhaustion. You on your free time now prefer to sleep rather than play games. I guess I can understand that. It's not like I all the time play games either. Depends a little bit. It's been an okay week. Really. Just kind of stressing about all the school stuff I gotta be doing slash what is coming this season. But we'll see how that will all go. Hopefully I'll manage to do everything that needs to be done.
What do you need?
Well, do you know anything about what's going on in the tiers? I know a great deal about what's going on here, considering I am the root cause of at least half of it. What do you want to know? How long have you been here? Since the beginning of the occupation, Kairos wanted me out of sight but still in use, so I was given to Nerat. It used me to cut a photo for the chorus. What do you think about the Tunon? It makes me uncomfortable. There's nothing behind that mask. It's dark and empty. What do you mean? Everyone has a presence. It's how my magic works. I reach into them and convince their presence to do what I want. He has no presence. When I reached into him, there was nothing. It was bleak. I never want to feel that again. If you have to reach into someone's mind to control them, how did you influence entire armies to do what you want? I can't influence an army, but I can persuade them to feel the way I want them to. If I want to get someone to do a specific thing for me, I have to get inside their head, and that requires a lot more effort. No one can keep me out, but if they are aware what I'm doing, I can't force them to do anything. At least not with this thing on my head. She knocks a hand against her helmet. Really, I don't know how it works, it just does. You might as well ask me where lightning comes from. Well, I want to know about Kairos then. What do you want to know? How did you come to work for Kairos? After my father betrayed me and got my mother killed, I was taken by Kairos' men. I honestly don't know where we went, other than it seemed to take forever to get there. Then I was put in school. It was a wonderful and horrible time. I learned how to control and maximize my power, but they underestimated my abilities or overestimated theirs. I think it was more the latter than the former. They unleashed my true power. Did they believe I wouldn't try to run with it? They tried to train and mold me, and in that they succeeded. They also tried to brainwash and break me, and in that they failed spectacularly. But I was punished for it. Why were you punished? They assumed my abilities were exaggerated. They were powerful mages who had spent years training at their art. How could a little girl ever hope to rival their prowess? Prowess. I grew tired of their condescension. I hated them for treating me like a child. Their rules, their discipline, their training, they had killed my mother, and I would make them pay for it. One day, I got bored in class. The teacher's drowning voice was putting me to sleep in the afternoon heat, so I thought I'd have a little fun. He was distracted and he let his defenses down. He didn't consider me a threat. Okay, go on. I started humming, nothing that would attract his attention, of course. A lullaby my mother sang to me, fitting, I thought, to invade this man's mind with a song taught to me by the woman they destroyed. I could tell I had gotten inside him when he slowed down ever so slightly. I started singing wordlessly, standing, working in hand emotions. They were completely unnecessary, but I had been trained to be a performer. Then I worked in my words. Then I worked in my words. The window, I sang to him. Look, what's at the window? He turned, entranced, and stared outside, his mouth moving silently as he dreamed an answer to my question. What's out there? I asked him through my song. What could that be? I was elated. The fool had left himself alone and vulnerable, and this 8-year-old had dominated his mind. He walked to the window, intently staring at something I couldn't see. And yeah, that was my assumption too, that would make him jump. You made him jump, didn't you? Of course, I didn't mean for him to fall. He was looking out the window and reached up as if to touch whatever he was looking at, and before I could stop him, he was gone. It looked like he was trying to catch something as he fell from sight. I won't say I'm sorry he died. He was a horrible man, but I didn't mean to do it. However, I was elated. The taste of power was intoxicating. I didn't get to taste it again for a long time. Well, how were you punished for this? They wanted to cut out my tongue. Even at 8, I didn't blame them. It's what I would have done. But Kyra said no, doing possibly the one kind act she ever did for me. Without the power speeds, I was essentially useless. So they muzzled me. What a nice thing. They knew simply holding my mouth shut wasn't going to be sufficient, so they got creative. Using sage magic, they put my voice in stasis when I wasn't in class. I could go through the motions of speech, but nothing came out. How Siren can do something like that in dialogue options? Yeah, that's a good question, of course. How can she do it? Oh, did they take pleasure in it? Between classes, they gave me chores, they paraded me, they beat me. I was their slave. The only reason I lived was by Kairos' whim, but I was tortured by everyone else. Okay, well, I can understand nonetheless that she is the person she is, considering all of this happened to her. There were at least 2 teachers in my classes after the incident, and I was always accompanied by 2 guards, both of whom had been deafened, so I couldn't affect them. I accidentally killed one man, and they were acting like I destroyed a realm. I suppose that's what they thought I'd do next, and who knows, maybe that's what I'm about to do. What was life like with Kairos? For several years, I was surrounded by people who would smile to my face and sneer when I turned away. And they were supposed to be my mentors, my teachers, but all they did was resent me. They taught me to refine and control my voice. My power became more directed, more powerful, more subtle. I no longer needed to specifically say what I wanted people to do. I could just think what I wanted, how I felt, and the weaker the mind, the faster they would respond. It still requires me to sing, or at the very least make music with my voice, but I could say one thing but mean something else entirely, and the magic worked. Everything was done for Kairos' edification. They asked for signs of her power, and I was used to bring them about. People praised my name to the extent that was allowed, but if the focus of adoration ever truly pointed toward me, it was quickly stifled. I didn't see much of Kairos. She was busy taking care of her affairs, but I was never allowed to forget by whose power I was allowed to exist. I was paraded around like the new jewel, and since I had real power, it took a while for the luster to fade. But when I tarnished, I corroded through, and when I stopped being a pleasant distraction, I was passed off to Nera to be forgotten. How long did you work for Kairos? 5 years, 2 years of the dedicated training, 2 years with training interspersed with travel, performing miracles in Kairos' name, then a year being his pet. What do you think of Kairos? Honestly, I didn't really think of him at all at first. If I wasn't getting daily reminders that he owned me and could have me killed any time he wanted, I would have completely forgotten he existed. Don't misunderstand me, I despise him. It's because of him I don't have a family. It's because of him my mother is dead. It's because of him I am here instead of anywhere else. But as a child I was kept too busy to interact with him much. Wait a minute, you've called Kairos both him and her. I did notice that too, to be honest. Did I? How clumsy of me. Must have been a slip of the tongue. She smiles mischievously. So she might know the truth. Hello, Flame Ryushi. Welcome to stream. Welcome, welcome. I hope your week has been a good one. Hope you guys and girls enjoy Tyranny. I can't really watch it since I plan on playing it, but hope you have fun. I understand. I hope you will have fun with Tyranny when you go and start to play it yourself. And but it was nice of you to come and say hi, regardless. But thank you. We'll be having fun. We'll be having fun and see you then with Yakuza on Sunday, at the very least. And welcome to stream, Satendenho, for you as well. I hope your week has been a good one as well. And, well, don't know how much further you got, Sare. I know that you're further than I am, but not sure if you got to the chapter 3 yet of this game. But yes, thank you indeed for the... And bye-bye then, Flame, if you already went, probably. Considering you can't be really getting, well, spoiled of this. So, is Kairos a man or a woman? You really don't know, do you? That's fascinating. I assumed the Fatebinder would have been given an audience with him. It doesn't seem like she'd let you perform actions in his name without speaking to you. And still, she'd let you, him. It's all the time, both of those. You finished Tyranny. Completely. Well, you just did that then quickly. All of a sudden. Well, hope you enjoyed the game. Are you planning to play it again at some point, Sarah? That's part of the mystique, isn't it? If your enemies don't know anything about you, how can they properly plan? So why would Kairos let anyone out that he didn't want the world to know? Tell me, Sirin. No. A lady has to keep some secrets, and this is going to be mine. It feels good to have some power in this relationship. It's not going to matter once you defeat him anyway. She'll be gone. If I'm planning to go and defeat her, him, them, whoever it may be. What about something else then? I know a great deal. Yes, because you're the root cause. What can you tell me about the Scarlet Chorus? If I never talk to another chorus member in my life, in my entire life, I will consider it a success, no matter what else happens. She folds her arms across her chest and levels a steely gaze at you. Then I am thrilled to turn your attempt at success into a constant failure. I'll try to talk to you more often. I'm so happy to know that you will, Verse. Very happy. Oh, Verse, anything that helps numb me to the drowning sound of your voice. Now do you mind? I'm speaking with the Fatebinder. What do you want to know? You weren't a member of the chorus? What? Absolutely not. The only reason I worked with them is because I was being forced to. Once Kairos had this monstrosity placed on my head, I really had no choice. I'm not powerful enough to force them to let me go, and they had the numbers to overwhelm me if I tried anything, so I did what I was told, until you showed up. What was it like working with them? Well, at first I was treated like a queen. I spent all my time recruiting, and let's be honest, the Scarlet Chorus isn't choosy, so it was easy to convince people to join. Toward the end, I actually started fearing for my life. With this thing on my head, I couldn't effectively control an entire army, so hobbling me was quite an intelligent thing for Kairos to do. If anyone had realized I couldn't hold all of them back, I would have been in big trouble. Your little stunt adventure well couldn't have come at a better time. What do you think of them? I'd have thought my look of disgust kind of answered that question, Fatebinder. They are worthless, hopeless, disorganized bunch of savages who soon will tear themselves apart from the inside. Well, I guess I'm extremely glad that I didn't side with them at the very least. Hello, Milan. Welcome to the stream for you too. Hope your week has been a good one as well. And, yeah, welcome. Kairos is a Shido. We all know that. Maybe so, maybe so. Well, I wouldn't know, be able to tell if a Shido is a male or a woman after all, so would make sense. Well, one part of the reason, nonetheless, that I did choose Tyranny was the fact that it wouldn't be quite that ridiculously long. It's nice to have some games that are shorter, considering Yakuza takes forever, especially if I'm gonna continue immediately with Yakuza Kiwami 1 and so on and forth, then it's gonna take forever to play all of them through. And yeah, I intend to play again at some point to see differences when you choose to take Rebellion's side. Yeah, I was thinking that at least will be interesting to see too. And yes, good evenings to all. Okay, so what's your opinion on their methods? They randomly grab anyone and anything they can get their hands on and hope they'll work if they beat them enough. Sounds like the makings of a fantastic army to me. To me too. I am repulsed by them and everything they do. Nerad is a disgusting excuse for a leader, and I look forward to the day I can watch the life drain from its insane eyes. Am I being clear enough for you, Fateminder? Yes, quite clear enough. Something else then. Ah, you're sleepy. Well, then you probably should go to sleep soon, though. It's nice that you came to visit the stream, though, but yeah, you shouldn't be staying up too long then if you're really sleepy. So, I know it is kind of like that, but you slept twice already today, raining outside all the time. It is nice though when it rains if you have a proper rooftop where you can hear the rain drops falling in. Not at the moment, my place isn't like that, but in my parents' place I did enjoy rain in that sense when being inside. Well, what do you know about the disfavored then? I really don't know much about them, Fatebinder. I never got a chance to work with them, so I don't think I'll be much help on this topic. What do you want to know? What do you think of Craven Ash? He seems capable enough. He's organized and truly seems to care about his men, contrary to practically everyone else I've met here. Have you seen them in action? Briefly at a few of the battles during Kairos' conquest, but Nerad liked to keep me locked up tight, so I never got a good look at them fighting. You never worked with them then, and she already said she never worked with them, but nonetheless. Not directly. I have been used to inspire people occasionally, and that is favorite were in those groups. But if you're looking for anything of merit from me on the disfavored, I'm not going to be much use to you. Yep, gotcha. What about the other groups in the tiers? What do you want my opinion on? Tell me about the Stonestalker tribe. Not even worthy of my attention. A beast is a beast and you can't ever make an animal be anything more than what it is. What do you want my opinion on? What about the rebel groups? Different ones. What group do you want to talk about? Let's ask about the Bronze Brotherhood, considering that's the latest one we happen to come across. They're not the most helpful people, but they seem like they want what's best for Lethian's Crossing. Plus, it was a lot easier for me to recruit my own followers with them around. I didn't have to worry about anyone being taken by the Scarlet Chorus or killed by the disfavored. Tell me about the Unbroken. I haven't had much exposure to them. Ash was intent on dealing with that problem, so they didn't ask for my help. What about the Ventrian Guard? Are they even still pertinent? After the events of the Vengeance, well, I would have thought no one would want to talk to them anymore. Probably. It would be different if we actually would have indeed been more on their side. What about something else then? About the mage guilds. Generally, I don't like throwing in with other mages. I've not had a good experience with them in the past, so I keep my distance. And they're so demanding. You ask them very nicely, I might add, how to cast a spell, and they insist they're not a charity and they're not going to hand over their secrets out of the goodness of their heart. Right, like there was anything good about that one. And I didn't even use my magic on him. That's gratitude for you. She trails off and gives you an intent look. Suddenly your head feels like it's too small for your brain. She closes her eyes and takes a breath. And the feeling dissipates. Giving me an intent look. Who do you want to talk about? What about the sages? I can't say I'm too happy with them since it was their magic that found my voice when I was a child, but they are an influential group with infinite knowledge. At least they were. Can you imagine how powerful you could have become if you had access to their collections? Yeah. What about the Earthshakers? Incredibly powerful but strangely focused in their studies. Why would you want to pour your energy into one thing? Branch out. The magic they're missing out on is incredible. What about the Forcebound? The group that Kairos used to make my hobble? The less I have to think about them, the better. They might be good craftsmen, but unless they craft me a way out of this prison, I'll let you deal with them, thank you. Sure. Okay. Alright. Talked about all the different groups at least.
What do you need?
Finally. You had 30 degree in last few weeks and today it's 20, so we are in the last days of summer probably. I'm asleep because of that. Would make sense, Milan. Still so warm though. Not that warm around here. I did notice that you were playing Shadowrun Returns a little bit, at least, Sare. You have liked it. I don't know what people who actually know Shadowrun lore think of it, but I have liked it. Yeah, I definitely don't know enough of the Shadowrun lore to be able to say anything about that. How it would be comparably. But okay. Well, I would know more about you, please. What do you want to know? Tell me about your homeland. What is there to say? It's a fuzzy memory hardly worth recalling. I was born in a northern farming village without a name. That's how out of the way we were. A bunch of families ended up settling near each other, and that was my village. It was about 20 miles from Shadow's Rest. And you probably haven't heard of that either. We were farmers, poor and isolated. Nothing about my home or past is worth dwelling on, Faintbinder. I barely remember my father, my mother is dead, and the only thing people ever wanted from me was my song. The girl is powerful. Bring the songbird, we need her blessing. Our crops are withering, what has that bitch done? Her voice falters with the last statement and she shivers a little. Nothing in your past is worth dwelling on. It looks to me like you remember something. Lore skill experience though. I suppose when an angry mob that fears you and what you can do stones your mother to death, while she seals you with her body, it sticks with you. So that was exactly how your mother died. It wasn't exactly Kairos then though, right? Unless Kairos specifically allowed that to happen. But rather they just thought that you were cause of something and your mother protected you, I mean. So understandable, would stick with you for sure, but I don't see exactly how Kairos actually killed her mother in that case. You expected a little bit different game. It feels like an interactive story with a bit of turn-based combat. I expect something like Wasteland 2, but it's not like that. It is definitely different. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I did play very short little try of the Shadowrun D&D sort of thing. Or the pen and paper Shadowrun, and it's definitely different sort of a world, but the little that I tried it, slash tried to create a character there, can't say I know much about it nonetheless. And I don't know if it should have been more like Wasteland or not. True, it feels like reading a book when you do combat scenes yourself than a choice-based game. You do combat scenes yourself than a choice-based game. I watched a little bit of Kida's first steps into it, so I kind of expected something like that. Yeah, when I, back in the day, tried it a little bit, but yeah, I wasn't quite as much into it. I might do it also as a stream at some point. I think it would be working fine as a stream game, but yeah. Possibly, maybe, someday. Too many games to play. Tell me, what do you remember about your family? The good thing about being taken from home when you're still a child, is you can't miss the childhood you never got. What do you want to know? You were taken from your family? Technically, by the time I was taken, there was no family left to be taken from. But Kairos' forces had gotten word of my talents and decided I was better used taking over the world than helping local farmers. So you have no family left. What happened? What do you think? They're dead. My father might not have cared about us, but my mother would never have let anyone take me while she lived. Without anyone to protect me, I was whisked off to Kairos' court. How would you describe your father? Worthless, hopeless, devoid of human emotions. Sometimes I feel like we were complete opposites. He seemed incapable of feeling anything, and I seemed to be nothing but raw emotion. Nerad let it slip that my father sold me to Kairos and was responsible for my mother's death. Ah, well, that would explain more about it, that the father was responsible there. And thus, also, maybe Kairos. Someone had to egg the crowd on, and someone had to tell Kairos' men where I was. Not that it matters, he's dead, and I'm better off without him. Well, what do you remember about your mother then? She's dead, so I don't have much to remember. She loved me, that much I know. But sometimes I wonder if what she felt was love or fear. Fear for me or of me. And sometimes I don't think there was a difference between the two. My mother loved me when no one else did, when no one else could. The world wanted nothing but my voice. All my mother wanted was my happiness. She was the only person in my life that did. Well, can you tell me about your mother's death, even though you did mention about it? No, Fatebinder, I can't, please. Don't make me talk about it. Her voice trembles and tears well up in her eyes. I won't obviously enough say number 2, but it's between 1 and then 3, 4. I guess we did kind of hear already enough anyways. You already said about the stoning and everything like that. So how much more do I have to ask? But okay, let's just go with this, even though never seems quite of a, like, never going to ask you, but maybe she can tell us someday. Okay, Serene, I will never ask you to tell me that story. Yay. Thank you. There are some things that are just too painful to remember. Can you tell me about your father's death then, instead? He disappeared after my mother died and I was kidnapped. I didn't hear anything about him for the longest time, so I assumed he had disappeared and I would never see him again. Then someone brought word that he'd been found. He killed himself. And now he's out of my life. But that's a good question. Why did he kill himself? Did he regret what he did? That then he didn't have his wife nor you? That's a good question. Are we curious enough? I didn't want to push it. Especially because we did already hear that the enough of the details anyways. We know that she was stoned to death while protecting her. So how much of the details do I have to know? For someone who always had a lot to say, that was incredibly succinct. Is there more? Not exactly sure how I should say actually that word, but nonetheless. You are relentless, Faintbinder. Did you ever think maybe there are some things I want to keep to myself? But yes, you are right, there's more to the story. When I got word he'd been found, I had him summoned to Kairos' court. I wanted to see the man who had condemned me to the life I was leading. When he arrived, I went to see him privately. I wasn't sure what I would feel. Anger? Hatred? I didn't expect apathy. For the first time in my life, I felt nothing. Standing there, staring at the man who ruined my life, waiting for him to notice me, my heart was dull and disinterested. Then he looked up and smiled. He smiled when he saw me. Can you believe that? He smiled and opened his arms to hug me, and it felt like someone reached into my chest and squeezed my heart, sending hate flooding through my veins. I wonder what he then was thinking about, but I guess you are then the reason that your father, so to speak, committed suicide. I presume as much, at the very least. You usually push it, but then I reload a save and listen to everything again. But yeah, this is not supposed to be something that I just reload and just experience everything and then reload, but try to. I know that sometimes I do that anyways in situations that I shouldn't. Like with Dragonades, at least a few times, or at least one time has been like that with the Shale location, because I was annoyed with that quest at the time. But try not to. It's better when I don't, I think, nonetheless. Even though, on the other hand, you can also argue that, yeah, it's nice to be able to experience everything, but still. So I sang him a song. I told him how tired he looked, how haggard he seemed. I spoke of the weariness he must feel, the guilt that surely plagued him every day. I asked how he withstood the weight of his betrayal. The burden must be too much to bear. I watched the tears roll down his cheeks as he pulled the dagger from his belt. The sobs that tore from him as he held it before him, thinking about his wife and child. The look of ecstatic relief of his face as he dragged the blade across his neck. Well, that's a good question. Did he not? Yeah, I think if he was indeed the responsible one, I think it was something that he shouldn't have done. But on the other hand, he did still seem to be happy to see her for whatever reason. It's kind of, I feel wrong to judge it when I can't hear what he would say about this story. This is only one side of the story after all, and it's her side of the story, and I can understand all her emotions. But can I judge that is it horrible or is it not? I don't know. I don't really know. Tunon punished for less. Yeah, Tunon definitely punished for less, that's certainly true. So in that sense, yes, I probably will go with the second one and not go, oh, that's just a horrible thing, how could you have done that? Especially because even if I would do that now, it's not like there's anything that would change by me saying it, really. Nothing at all. Better, rather, I think that more we can have positive influence on her if we say the second one, probably. That would be my expectation anyways. But yeah, well, he got what he deserved, Serene. That's what I tell myself, and for the most part I believe it. I can't help but wonder what terrible things he did in the 5 years after he vanished, and what I might have prevented if he'd only been around to hear me the morning my mother died. Now you know what happened to my father. As I told you before, he killed himself. And that's it. You probably do not have any siblings. No, I was close to a boy in my village for a time, but his mother stopped letting me play with him when everyone realized that what my powers were. That's the closest thing I ever had to a living sibling. A door expression clouds her face. A living sibling? My brother died very young. I never knew him, so I hardly count him as a sibling. Life in the middle of nowhere is difficult. For a single child to survive, let alone more, is a testament to the parents. She looks at you for a time, her lips a thin line. Her eyes grow red and tears form in her lids. Finally, she nods slowly and breaks her silence. I remember my mother talking about me getting a little brother. It wasn't long after I started singing and my power started growing. She told me that soon it would be too hard for her to travel with me. Sirin, sweetie, she said, you'll have to go with your daddy. It wouldn't be good for the baby if I kept traveling like that. Maybe after your brother is out here with us, we can all travel together. Sirin looks out to the horizon, her voice breaking. Go on. Everyone wanted the songbird to sing for them and they paid us so much money. So we went. But I didn't want to go without my mother. She was the only real comfort I had. When I was with her, I felt safe. Nothing could hurt me. There was a trip coming up and I knew she wouldn't be going. I couldn't bear the thought of all those days in the care of my father. Her voice breaks again and she closes her eyes. Did she somehow cause the brother to die then, so that she wouldn't have to be going without her mother? That's my question. So, I sang to my baby brother. I told him we were all waiting for him. I told him we needed to be a family so we could travel together. I told him he should come out now. ... And if the baby brother wasn't really yet in the age that could survive outside, then yes. Well, the child doesn't yet understand that will be killing the brother, and yeah. I don't know if I meant for it to happen, but I sang the words no one can resist my voice. My mother's screams cut the song short, and the blood. It was everywhere. I was dragged from the room, but I don't remember who took me. I only remember staring at my foot the rest of the afternoon, the pattern soaked into my shoe, the splatter across the tops of my toes. I couldn't bring myself to clean it off. I just looked at it. How long had your mother been pregnant? Not long enough for my brother to survive. Maybe he could have, I don't know. The problem is when I told him he had to come out, I didn't mean I wanted him out alive. I don't think he would have survived even if it was time for my mother to give birth. People came and went all day. There was a lot of crying, and nobody looked at me the same way after that. My mother told me that things like this happen all the time, but even at 5 I knew what I had done. And part of me was happy. I wanted my mother back and I got her. She still loved me. She died protecting me. But I terrified her. Every time I opened my mouth, I could see her flinch. And after my brother died, she was never around when I sang. She couldn't bear to watch me. Quite understandable, though, considering the situation. They just couldn't really. Siren has more personality than all the other companions put together and more horrible stories too, unfortunately. Definitely very horrible stories. I didn't definitely like her previously, considering how bratty she felt and everything, because she did the first time we met her. Just a sliver, a little bit. But, yeah. Definitely. I don't think... Lantry, of course, is an old man. He hasn't really told about his young days, I don't think, almost at all anyways, and well, he just uses inks all over the every day. Barik has had most of his horror in this place, as in put into an armor, plus, okay, his father cheated with a woman, and that's the cause of Verse. Verse's story is not great, as in a sense, because of course she was hired into the Scarlet Chorus, or, well, took basically, but on the other hand, she herself killed people in that place where she used to live, and she didn't like the people there, so she didn't really have connections. Sure, I wouldn't say that it's still a good life for sure is. And Eb, well, she did lose a lot of people. She lost her husband, she lost all of her kids, all of her children. I think there's nothing horrific about her childhood or anything of the sort that I would remember specifically, at least. But of course, it's still losing everyone that you loved. So that is nonetheless also horrible to have to live on when you've lost everyone else. And especially if you know that you could have yourself done other choices that would be able to do something. But of course, this is the sort of thing that, of course, she had power, too much power for a little kid, and then it would be difficult for anyone to deal with that sort of a situation as a mother, slash father, even if they really loved her. I guess to be able to explain that what her voice can do and stuff like that, or I don't know how that sort of situation could have been exactly prevented, but yeah, it's understandable that her mother wouldn't really be. Before I didn't understand why she would have feared her exactly, but that explains it quite well. That okay, the brother died because of that sort of a situation. It's pretty horrific. After all, Sirin told me I wanted to travel with her instead of Dum Dum Barrack or Gang Leader Verse. Yeah, at least if she. But of course, the big problem with Sirin is nonetheless the fact that, well, she has a lot of growing up to do to be able to. These are very big emotional troubles that wouldn't be in any wonder that would be a big thing to carry for the rest of your life. So it's not something that I think that even just traveling with me, even if I would try to do my very best with her, would exactly just fix like that, because these are just serious troubles, serious problems. Though she is telling about them honestly here, and she wants to change, it seems, wants to grow into a better direction and stuff. And I think with more loyalty, she has even more stories. But yeah, I guess we will be taking Sirin then instead into our group rather than Ep, even though I liked Ep. But on the other hand, like I said, also, I'm already a mage. We don't specifically have to have Lantri or Ep with us. I am a mage myself. But okay, yep, that's quite stories about especially the family. How long have you been practicing magic? Always. I had no memory of being without the power. It has been my driving force, and I am who I am because of it. Every defining moment of my life is because of my voice and the power behind it. I have become what it made me, and it is what I have done with it. Tell me about your time with the voices of Nerat. What do you want to know? How did you meet Nerat? I met it when I was unceremoniously dumped on its doorstep by Kairos. All I felt toward it since the moment I saw it was sheer hatred. When one person tires of me, they just hand me off to another. I seem to be quite the handful. No one is truly prepared to deal with me, I suppose. I was its possession for 3 years, stuck doing what it wanted until you came along and started messing around with Kairos' plans. Why did Kairos give you to Nerat? I made the mistake of trying my song on Kairos, and forgiveness isn't exactly in the Overlord's vocabulary. Interestingly enough, I think it almost worked. Can you imagine how differently things would have turned out if I'd had a little more practice? I was brought out at one of the many lavish gatherings thrown at the palace. Kairos loved showing me off, impressing the catered elite. So I performed. I sang, I danced, I convinced people to join in. Then, in the middle of it all, I had a brilliant idea to work one more performance into the show, something that would be the ultimate end to the evening. I added a counterpoint to my song and directed it at Kairos. In it, I mentioned that it might be in everyone's best interest if Kairos ended up impaled on a sword. I honestly didn't think it would work, but why not try, right? It went as far as Kairos unseating one of the royal guard's wards, but then everything stopped. I don't know why. It was probably me. I got too excited and lost my control. But whatever the reason, Kairos was suddenly out of my control and let out a terrible sound. Go on. Everyone stared, frozen by the yell echoing back at us. Kairos quickly recovered and gave the appearance of cheering us on, but I was convinced I was about to die. Interestingly, my execution never came. I finally realized I couldn't have been punished at the party because Kairos would have to admit I had exerted my will onto the Overlord, and without a good reason to call for my death, I couldn't have been executed afterwards. I was the songbird. I did nothing but spread Kairos' will and gather the armies. Would you execute your best and most loved recruiting tool? So Kairos worked with Nerat and they gave me this helmet to bring me back in line. Then I was handed over to Nerat. That monster became because it is the one thing in the world I cannot control. Present company excluded, Fatebinder. So you wouldn't be able to control me? You did try shortly to control me, yes? Previously, and I said that, yeah, no, that won't be working out, sure. But is it truly that you couldn't even? And okay, good night and sweet dreams to you, Milan. Have a great weekend. And thank you for the fun stream, fishies. And yeah, I understand, Milan. You're too tired, so can't really follow. So yeah, just good night, sweetest dreams when you do fall asleep. And yeah, she tried to kill Kairos, amazing character. It is definitely interesting. Definitely interesting. On the other hand, I do wonder what would have been if she would have actually managed to do that. Definitely interesting, certainly. Probably would have made for a better world in the end. But I don't know. What would have become a world if she actually did succeed? I guess she should have just thought about it a little bit more rather than just straight out just go and try. She just happened to come across the idea that, hey, why not try it? Definitely a little bit more planning would have been good, but well, she said that she's very emotional. The only problem with that fact is that how do you know she will not try to do the same to you? Unless you know somehow that she couldn't try to do that to you. Of course, if you have been a good person towards her, I would think that you should be able to feel that you're safe from that sort of a mind control. But otherwise, how can you have that sort of a safety? So, good question to me at least. So why can't you control him? I've been inside its mind time after time and I've never been able to get a handle on what's going on in there. Every time I talk to it, I feel like a different person is talking to me, and every one of them wants something different. And one in particular wants something it's never ever going to get. Be on position of Kairos, I think. Wait a minute, what does Nerat want from you that's never going to get? That it's never going to get? Come on, Faintbinder, you can't be that naive. I'm still a child and I know about adult urgings. As one of my old teachers so clumsily put it. Or do you mean sexual things then? Somewhere inside that chaotic mind, I saw the most depraved and disturbing desires I've had the misfortune of feeling. No matter what Nerat says to you, do not trust it. That will always end badly, and definitely haven't been trusting him whatsoever. What has Nerat had you to do for him? Now, if that isn't the question that goes right to the heart of the storm, I think you should ask me what it hasn't had me do, or at least tried to make me do. Alright. Tell me more about the headdress. It's the pain of my existence and something that's incredibly painful to talk about, so why not? She shrugs. What does it do? Makes me impotent? Do you have any idea what it's like to have a hurricane raging inside you? to feel the gale cashing against you, to be released by only feel a gentle summer's breeze. Against you to be released but only feel a gentle summer's breeze. Kairos and Nerat made it just for me. If I attempt anything more powerful than a simple tune, it will kill me. Isn't that simply wonderful? Honestly, to be so terrified of a mere child. ... Why do you have it? I might have tried to kill Kairos once. He and Nerat decided I posed too much of a threat, so they muzzled me. I was their attack dog and they pulled out my teeth. You can hardly be surprised if the dog tries to bite you if that's all you teach him to do. Why can't you simply take it off? Gee, Faintbinder, I never thought of that. Here, could you unclasp it for me so I can get out of it? Because I'll die if it isn't removed the proper way, you simpleton. Do you think I'd leave it on otherwise? Yeah, that's a good question. If you can't take it off, then why did you try to get me to remove it when we met? How can someone so powerful be so stupid? I knew you wouldn't be able to remove it. That's not what I was trying to do. You're a Faintbinder. You honestly think I was going to pass up the opportunity to try and control a Faintbinder? But then you couldn't, but you probably could if you had this removed, right? How do you know you'll die if you remove the helmet? Because I doubt Nerat and Kairos would go through all the trouble just to play a trick on me. Something this supple, elaborate, and long-lasting isn't really their style, at least not Nerat's. Plus, Nerat told me the helmet would kill me if I removed it, and while it might be lying a monster, it loves telling the truth if the truth causes an extra bit of pain. So you believe Nerat? Maybe he's just toying with you? Have you tried removing it? I'm not going to risk my continued existence on a maybe. Plus, I already tried. When they first put it on me, I got one of the first headaches I've ever had. So I leave it when it is for now. Where it is for now. Do you have any idea what it would take to remove it? Someone beating the information out of Nerat or Kairos. They are the only ones who know how it was constructed and how it works. I may ask people to remove it, but I know they won't be able to. That's not going to stop me from trying, though. Why the headdress? Why not use magic to gag you? They tried magic. It didn't really work. The problem is, spells can be broken. Counterspells can be found. Cards can be bribed. People can have accidents. Nerat and Kairos are the only ones who know how to remove this without killing me. The answer is locked somewhere in Nerat's insane and Kairos' currently not conveniently located heads. Alrighty, something else then.
What do you need?
So what do you think of your travel companions?
Are we trading in gossip now, Fatebinder? Or are you collecting information to use against us?
She arches her eyebrows inquisitively. And let me see what you guys said. She's a sweetheart, she couldn't. Oh my goodness, not the stupid wanna become famous. No, thank you. Oh no, I'm worthless as a moderator, but I'm probably the only one around. Yes, I think you are, but no worries, Sare. Maybe someone here wants to be famous. You never know. I could make others be moderator, I guess, but... Let me see, how was it even done? If I go and into Windows mode for a moment. I don't even freaking remember how wash moderation thing is done. That doesn't help me in any way. Now I just don't even see the chat because it went into a stupid place. I want back. Back where it was. Not that stuff. I need my goddamn chat. Alright, from here. Take this off. That thing. So I can have the chat back on. I wonder how did I do that stuff exactly anyways. I think if you do ban, it should work. Probably, yeah. I can do it myself, of course, too. Just type in the chat. I'll try it myself. Yay, I did it. But now then, just try to figure out. I could very much go and put Caesar, for example, to be moderator. But now it's been such a long time that I did it, to make others into moderators, that now I'm thinking that how the heck did I actually do this stuff? And I don't remember at all. Maybe I'll check after this stream. Yeah, everything should still work just fine otherwise, but I need to just then check later on what to exactly do. But alright, at least that much I did, so Saret doesn't need to worry about it. Even if we are in this screen a little bit longer. How did you destroy all the channels that you moderated, Caesar? Do you want to be famous? You can't buy followers from me, but maybe a bot comes along. Hi all. Hello, False Guild. Welcome to stream for you too. And hope your week has been a good one. Welcome, welcome. My goodness. Well, I was also thinking that I could add Small Fry into the moderator list, but Small Fry isn't here either at the moment, so wouldn't be helpful. So, oh well. But I don't know how you've destroyed channels, Caesar, so I guess I gotta be careful then. Maybe I can't be putting you into a moderator role. But okay. Back in the day, I added quite a lot of people to be moderators. It was basically because of the fact that so that there wouldn't be that silly stuff that sometimes Twitch didn't show some words and stuff like that because it's a not allowed word or something like that. But I think that isn't now the case because I changed some settings from the Twitch stuff itself, so that isn't as necessary anymore anyways. And you're welcome, of course, Falskelt. Okay week. Well, that's okay then. I've had an okay week too. Stressed about all the facts of all the things that I would need to do in the future, but oh well. I don't know, small super interesting streamers, we hang out, having a great time, then 3-6 months after they suddenly stop streaming and never come back. Aw, that's sad. That's sad to hear, but I have been at least continuing with this a long time, so that would have to be happening something very, very weird if I suddenly disappeared. I've continued streaming already a couple of years after all. And before that, I've all the time been making already about 6 years the Let's Play videos, even if not always as actively, but at least the streams I've kept up pretty well. So, nonetheless, streaming is a fast business. Alrighty, I'll continue then with Serene's chats. Need to be careful, yeah. Alrighty.
What do you want to know about?
Well, tell me about Barrick first.
The walking ring pile? Let's hope you never have to go anywhere unnoticed. There's nothing particularly wrong with him, I suppose, but he doesn't seem overly bright. I mean, what kind of idiot do you have to be if you can't even take off your armor?
Well, it was Kairos' magic nonetheless.
Maybe he's pretty, but wrapped in that getup, who can tell?
She looks at Barrick, smiles, waves, and blows him a kiss.
What was that you said? I couldn't quite hear you.
Barrick grunts, turning to face Serene.
It's okay, Barrick. I didn't say anything about anyone important.
She speaks slowly and deliberately, patting him gently on the shoulder. She then puts her hand to mouth, suppressing a small giggle.
I'll admit he can handle himself in a fight, but he could use a little more up here.
She taps the side of her head. I guess that could be the case. What about Verse?
That bitch? I'd walk her off the spire if I knew I could get away with it. I don't know why you even waste your time with her.
Well, she was the first one that joined us. She has served us well enough.
Oh, don't give me that look, Verse. I'm not gonna pretend to like someone I don't. At least you know where I stand. Subterfuge is so low class.
I have a decent subterfuge skill.
Trust me, you manipulative worm. The feeling is mutual. And I find it ironic that you find subterfuge low class, considering how you get inside people's minds and fuck them over. If I could get away with it, I'd put a blade inside that pretty little head of yours and twist until your mind was as scrambled as those you invade.
Of course, it is true. She does sing her songs.
How vivid.
Sirin turns to you and makes a little "see what I mean" gesture at Verse. Girl, stop. How far are we in this game? I'm in chapter 2. I've done some stuff in chapter 2. I played through the first chapter completely at least, but other people are better judges of how far exactly I would be. But I don't know if there's any more companions. I assume we've gotten at least all the companions now. Sirin, we just got, and that's why I'm talking to her, because I had never talked to her before. She just joined in this location with me. So that's basically the case. But it's a very interesting game. I've liked it. I definitely have liked Tyranny. I am planning to play it by myself as well another time when we have finished the streams completely. It is a good game. Especially the magic system, making the spells. I really love that system. But yeah, I'm not the best judge, but we are relatively... well, we are not in the start, but we aren't that far in the end, I'd say. I wonder how many streams I've had, but... there has been a lot of stuff that has happened. Like I said, chapter 1 has been completed, but it was kind of a long chapter. I can give a little synopsis of what happened if you want. Just tell me if you want a little bit of information what exactly happened, and I'll tell you that then after we stop the conversation with Sirin. So just tell me if you don't mind getting those spoilers. Yeah, I've been reading, of course, a lot. There is, of course, reading takes it a lot longer time when I'm reading everything out loud and everything. So that's, I don't think 30 hours, though. That's a little bit too much. But I think I have into YouTube, this is going to be, I think, the 8th stream. And if all of those streams about 3 hours, so 7 times 3 is 21, right? Yeah, so 21 hours before this stream today, I think, approximately. But I think about that much. But of course, we haven't actually gone nearly as quickly through the story because I read everything. And yeah, I'm not gonna be holding it too long, but just a little recap of what has happened. Yeah, sometimes, of course. Well, I did at one point last stream at least talk for an hour or something about completely unrelated stuff about Mass Effect 3 endings and other games, so yes, that happens sometimes, though then I don't actually play the game forward, even though I should. But on the other hand, should I? If there's an interesting conversation that I have input into and you guys have a question, then should I not answer it? I don't know. That's a complicated question. I do not know a perfect answer for that. I don't know. But yeah, gesture at Verse.
She's rude, violent, base, impatient, and entirely pointless. You should keep much better company, Fatebinder. You asked me what I thought. I can't help it if the facts are painful to swallow.
She sighs and shrugs. Well, what about Ebb?
She's got some power in there, that's for sure. And as long as I'm crippled, I will, begrudgingly mind you, admit she could probably win if we were pitted against each other. Although I'm more than happy to give her a try. Are you game, Ebb? Think you could take me out?
I'm sorry, sweetie, I'm confused. Are you offering me a duel, or something a little more down and dirty?
That just sounds weird. Ebb winks at Sirin, who turns a deep scarlet and looks away. Sirin turns a deep scarlet, eh? I think you missed your message about moderation, just pointing out to warn you last time. Okay, let me try to then look again. I guess you meant the about Waldskeld. Yes, okay, I understand, but I recognize Waldskeld names, so. But yes, I would assume that most people, nonetheless, then who are in here start to remember who is who. So, but yeah, I understand that. Yeah, good thing that you pointed out, because that does happen to me sometimes. I try to be better at it, that I wouldn't be missing messages. Messing messages, what the heck am I saying even? But yeah, good that you pointed that out. She's another bot, need to ban again. So yeah, that would be disastrous beginning of moderation. Yeah, well, I know this or recognize Waldskeld's name, so I knew immediately that it's not a bot. And as the reason that I read it out loud, happily ever after. But yes, that would be a bit dangerous. But on the other hand, just need to read the full message. Well, I try to remember people's names. I try my best at the very least. I can't say if I would remember everything, but then on the other hand, it is kind of... I do wonder if Koneasa is ever watching anymore the streams. Is he too busy? Has he gone and moved on? Koneasa used to be always here lurking. Back in the day at the very least. A lot. I didn't try to always call him out for, but hey, also Koneasa and Scrublord, if you happen to be lurking around, hey to you guys. But nonetheless, I hope that he's doing well too and everything. So yeah, I try to remember the names of the people that are here more or less, or who have visited recently. Again, wouldn't be able to remember everyone, but it's still, especially if there's a lot of people coming at once, then yeah. Still, try my best. And try my best. Okay, but yes. Turns deep scarlet.
You know what I meant.
Siren puts a hand on her headdress and looks at Ebb chewing on the corners of her mouth.
Oh, don't worry, dear. You're far too young for me. I like someone with a little wear and tear on them. And not just up here.
She puts her hands on her head and winks again.
Though I suppose I should watch myself around her. You never know how people will react to a challenge.
Kinda true. Yeah, now you learned something more about trying to go and just suddenly challenging people. Well, what about Lantri?
I'm jealous of him. I've heard so much about the Vellum Citadel, and he actually got to see it before all the unpleasantness.
Yeah, true enough. True enough. I wonder if this is even working anymore. I have to... Okay, seems to be at least working. That part. Alrighty. Because just in case, because I wasn't completely sure if everything was going like it should be with the OBS, considering the fact that I was in Windows for a moment. It usually always messes things up a little bit when I go and visit in other places, so I hope it worked just fine. But we'll see. But yes, Vellum Citadel, I would have loved to be able to actually visit there too. I was just outside of the Vellum Citadel in the Conquest decisions, but no such things for me. No such things. I couldn't go and visit there at all. So, but yeah. And apologies, nonetheless, if there was any noise before, because I can't know. I was still feeling that the microphone might not have muted, and that would be annoying. Yeah, that too, of course. If the recording, I think recording should be fine. But it's still, the only reason that I don't like downloading from the VOD, it feels like it's a little bit worse quality than if I record it myself. And of course then I have to be going and checking that, okay, is it starting on the right point and stuff like that. So then it requires a little bit extra editing in that sense as well. So I do prefer to be able to record it myself. Not always possible, especially back in the day when I was streaming Morrowind and it blue screened sometimes. That definitely destroyed the recording completely, and then there was no other choice than to go and download the VOD. So, yeah. Unfortunate, but the truth. Then it was not quite possible. But okay. She trails off, a sore expression on her face, her wriggling fingers miming tiny explosions. Well, unpleasantness as in me destroying the full place with the thing. Yep, backup plan. I know, I do use it as a backup plan.
The sheer amount of power lost that day is only dwarfed by the amount of power required to cause the destruction, and the power to stop it. The sages have my respect. And, by extension, Lantry. Although, I'm not overly happy it was sage magic they used to bind my tongue when I was a child. I can hardly hold him responsible for that.
How kind of you, my lady. It's heartening to hear that someone of your immense station considers a lowly sage like me to be worthy of your attention.
Lantry performs a deep bow to Serene.
Although not all sages are necessarily worthy of praise. Some are a little overly fond of excesses, of one kind or another.
She arches an eyebrow.
What do you need?
Something else then. What do you think of the state of the world? What is there to say? Kairos' two major leaders can't stop themselves or their armies from fighting like a bunch of children. Neither of them seem capable of dealing with the rebels that are taking them down, which as far as I'm concerned is how it should be. The less of the tears infected by Kairos, the better. If we could eliminate the armies entirely, I would consider that the true victory. Well, what do you know about edicts? Anything I say would be a wild guess. That's why I'm with you. You seem to have a connection to the power of this land far beyond anything an Archon is capable of. It intrigues me. I want to learn what it is and harness it. Sadly, I don't have the magic needed to enact or break an edict. At least in my current state. Maybe if you got this helmet off my head. She gives you a knowing stare. To be honest, at least in the future I would like to remove it if I could. So, I'd remove it if I could. Just because escape is futile doesn't mean the prisoner is going to give up trying. It doesn't hurt to ask. She holds up her hands. But you are also nonetheless an Archon. You must know something about the edicts, Serene. You'd think that, wouldn't you? With all my training and education, Kairos left a very big void in it all. Almost like it was intentional. ...
What do you need?
Okay, so I think I will indeed take you into our party. I'll just check. She doesn't have anything that I need. Nope. Well, I guess I can take these quick items from here for someone else. But otherwise...
Hello, Fatebinder. What do you need?
Add Siren to the party. I'd like you to come with me, Siren.
Well then, let's go. If you're gonna teach me the wonders of the world, it's not gonna happen here.
Sure, Whiz. Okay.
I'll tack homeward. See you there.
Yes, sir. There you go, Siren.
I
You're
suppose I can do that.
with us now, whatever this means. Blood brings the dawn, not inconstances. 1. Raises movement speed of nearby allies. 2. Deals 5 damage to nearby enemies. 3. Causes bleeding to nearby enemies. A powerful battle chant Siren was forced to sing for the Scarlet Chorus to inspire their victory. She doesn't definitely have a lot in here. Combo ability with me is Shattered Stone. The Fatebinder rips a large chunk of stone from the earth and tosses it into the air. Siren then unleashes a shattering node into the boulder, causing it to explode and send raining stones down from the sky, damaging enemies in the area. The power of Siren's voice impacting the boulder causes a shockwave to follow the explosion, dazing enemies in a large area. Okay, interesting enough. No healing anymore nearly as much though, which is a little bit scarier, but we'll see then if that will be able to work out. Her staff looks interesting enough. Discordant melody. And then on the other hand you have the songbirds. Brittle. Alrighty, and you have indeed the level ups that I can do for you. All of these to decide what you will have. What do you exactly... You can actually have quite a decent amount of spells nonetheless. 42 lore. So not that huge amount of lore, but still something. All of these I can lock. So you won't be getting any of those, but you do use a staff nonetheless. I think having those all available for you is fine-ish. You have a lot of this resolve specifically, interestingly enough. It does improve lore as well, and it does improve... No, it doesn't improve performance nonetheless. Sure, I guess I'll give you at least 1 accuracy or 2 accuracy. Kind of interested to do this because you already have some of it, but... Let's give you a little bit of that, and then a little bit of quickness, maybe. Maybe not. Don't ask me how exactly her songs worked. I didn't understand it even back in the time when I played, and one of her songs healed a bit, or regenerated at least, no idea anymore. I have no idea then. At least as of yet, I have no idea how that then is supposed to work. So... We'll see. Affliction duration. I guess that's the reason why this would be good for her. Maybe that should even be the one that I should especially... I don't know then if I should put any points into that one. Accuracy is probably still fine, but... Maybe I should prioritize resolve? Not sure. Let's give at least then 1 point into here, I guess. Or 2 points, sure. Let's just do that. I don't know. I don't know what's the best for her. Okay, what do you have in here then? You have these 3 different songs in here. Bringer of Death, a song ominously describing the power of Kairos' will as it fashes over life and land, reaping those that stand against it. Blood brings the dawn, and Sword, Strength, Sword of Justice. War and Peace. You have in War this one. Area of Force. Siren releases a quick sonic blast that deals crush damage to enemies and forcefully pushes them away from her. Siren maintains a damage prevention field around herself. Any damage, even if prevented by a resonant field, will briefly stop this field from regenerating. Interesting. Siren's voice fractures the armor of her foes. Enemies in the area cannot defend against Siren's voice and have the armor sundered for a short time. And then Siren accelerates her vocal progression, increasing the speed of her songs and causing her to move through each stanza more quickly. Aria of Resolve, on the other hand. Siren's aria bolsters the party's resolve, extending the duration of their helpful effects and granting them increased dodge and parry. That is again AoE sort of a thing. So much stuff. What should I do? I guess this feels at least cool to take. Shielded for 20 damage until damage. And it's passive, I guess. So it's all the time, then. That's cool. Shielded for 20 damage until damaged. That's not bad. And then which one of these is the better one, I wonder? Siren's voice fractures the armor of her foes. Adjust song rate by 25%, but is that all the time or not? Sundered, as in cross pierce and slash armor reduced by 5, which is cool. I guess I want to at least start in this tree too. So let's just see if there's something really cool in here. Plus 50 defense when disengaging. That's also a passive. Not bad. Siren's non-threatening appearance causes foes to underestimate her, granting her a large bonus to disengagement defense. Not bad. And then Dissonance, allies, AoE, plus 2 armor, all stolen for 30 seconds. Foe target. That's a lot of stuff. Aria increases the effectiveness of the party's armor and causes foes that strike allies in melee to have their attack damage reduced for a time. Okay, Sounds cool. And then languorous tempo, Sirin slows her vocal progression, reducing the speed of her songs and causing her stanzas to last longer while languorous tempo is active. So I guess, is it these tempos that causes it to be one or the other? Maybe. And then with this sort of thing it could be this, when here it would be this. I'm not certain at all, but maybe. In that sense, maybe I could at least try to take all of this so that at least I can try different stuff. I don't know. Starting prets. What does it even mean? What is starting pret? Plus 15 offensive zone, accuracy bonus, sure. Shielded for 50 damage until damaged. Then it's even 50 points. I have no idea what quick breath is. Maybe I won't take that then. There's a lot to try to figure out with this stuff. Well, if I would have this, she would definitely herself be pretty well protected. And then starting pret. Whatever that means. Sure, I'll take this. I don't know what this means.
Such
But
a
yeah,
simple
you can
task.
only sing this blood brings the dawn. That's what I thought that it probably would be. Okay, you can change it from here, actually. But it's just different levels of them then. So this was raises movement speed of nearby allies, lowers resolve of nearby enemies, or raises might of nearby allies. Let's start with that, I guess. This is of course the special one. What's this? This is the rapid tempo. Siren accelerates. Okay, well, I don't know how this exactly would do things. Let's have it there, I guess. Okay, then I can just activate it or deactivate it. Okay. Alrighty, I have no idea what this exactly does. I understand magic and stuff, but Sirin always so confused in different stanzas. I think she sing first stanza for some time, then second, then third, and then first again. I guess that makes sense. Just kinda can be a bit confusing, indeed. Alright, and then there's the lores, but okay. If I look from the map, could I see the map properly? Well, at least if I try to travel. Right. I should see the map and then I can explain a little bit of what has happened in the game thus far. So, this is the world map. If Valskelt is listening. So, we started in this area. This game has edicts that causes... Well, the Kairos is the overlord or a tyrant. And who is so powerful that can cause different type of edicts. As in a proclamation. And he proclaimed that if we in this area who were here, all the people in this world, if his armies didn't claim this spire, this location at a certain time, then we would all die. Friendlies and enemies all alike would just die because there hasn't been enough progress without me. And thus I came to here and proclaimed that edict, and here we are. Then I started to move into here and was able to claim it, and basically that's the first chapter. But then the weird thing happened that this mountain spire reacted to me. We are on top of this other spire right now. So that's the special story of us, that our character has some special connection now for whatever reason to these places. And then indeed we work for this tyrant army, but that's at least a very quick little peek. Listening. Grateful. Falscat, listen or I'll ban you again. No, you didn't manage to even ban once though, Caesar. So, special connection, and basically verse here is from the Scarlet Chorus, which is one part of the army who was fighting in here. The second party was disfavored, who is this guy's from that group, and they couldn't come together, and so we had to basically then choose, okay, which one would we even fight with, or we could have tried to choose also the rebels themselves, but we didn't. So I chose the disfavored, who is this, who is the more purpled guys, who live, for example, in here, who have tasked us to go into here, and we work more together with them, but we are also tasked, our boss isn't one of these fighting armies. Our boss is a guy here in the bastard city, and right now we are then trying to basically figure out a little bit more about what sort of different plans these Scarlet Chorus and Disfavored have had. What sort of have one of them been more disloyal to the Kairos, as in the tyrant of this place, or how is it? But yeah, we are trying to go and capture these lands. And at the same time, we had this special connection with these spires, which we are on top of, and yeah, I don't know what comes of this, but yeah, it's kind of confusing to explain some of the stuff. Some of it is simple, that okay, we went there, there was an edict that was about to destroy us all unless we claimed that place, but then to go and try to explain about all of the stuff between the armies and stuff like that, that's more complicated then. But okay, I hope, do you have any specific question that would come into your mind? Does Caesar or Sotenten have anything in mind that I neglected to tell? Possibly. Verse was more our enemy at the start, not anymore. And Lantry, of course, joined us as well. Well, we are the good guys, other than we are working for the tyrant. So how good guys can we be, especially when the laws of this tyrant are kind of strict? So if we're supposed to be following the overlord's rules, then, well, that's a good question. No, we are the bad ones. Yeah, that's more of a question. Are we the good guys? Are we the bad guys? I guess that depends on you. And I'm not that good of a guy, considering I didn't join the rebels. I guess that's a good side. I don't know if that's a good side. That's probably not a good side either, to be honest. So I am still working for the overlord. How bad can a tyrant be, eh? Yeah, how bad can he be? But okay, let me travel to the other spire first, because I was told that I can just automatically travel here, which is a really fast travel, 15 minutes to travel just to the other spire. So just just teleport. Just suddenly we're gone. On the other hand, I was thinking originally that I probably should check the town still in the inventory as well, but should I? Was there something special there still that I would need to check? Now that's a good question. I have no idea right now. Should I have checked something specifically there? I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I have gone and tried to see if there's any more people I could talk to in there? Or is it okay to just leave? I don't know. Yeah, it is nice artwork. I like the game, definitely. And I should still give her some spells that I didn't do yet. So spells are in here. I have all of these spells here. My lore skill is pretty high. Her lore skill is a lot lower, it's only 43. But let's do a healing spell. So this is a Sigil of Life. And then we choose for it an expression. So one of these, this is Restoring Touch, which just restores a certain amount of health, but it's pretty short range. Then this is a little bit longer range, but I guess it restores a lot less, yes. And then this would be regeneration basically, but this requires a lot of lore, so she couldn't do this for sure. And this requires too much too, so she can try to at least do this for us, the Restoring Touch. So fine enough. Let's add also a range, so she at least can 4 meters and not just 2 meters cast it. God damn it, but it requires 45 lore. Why can't you have 45 lore? Why? Oh well, I guess we'll at least give her a spell nonetheless, at least one healing little spell. And then I guess I'll give you some Sigil of Force stuff if you can do something there. You can do a Tidal Burst, so sure. That will push enemies away from you anyway, so I guess that's fine. You can probably have one of these Sigil of Illusion things too. You can have Unravel Minds actually, that's cool. I'll give you that one. I like that one. Then was there something... Oh, I love False Spit actually too. So yeah, I'm more than happy to give you False Spit as well. As a possible thing to cast. That's a Mark Affliction, yeah. I should check if I can add Marked thing for anything that I have. Let's make it more accurate, I think. Yeah. No, this is the not accurate. The accuracy was here. Right, but I can't do that anyways. That's the recovery. Area effect would take too much. That would be too much. Huh? Well, I guess a little bit more reach. Fine. You can have those spells. I like the False Pit especially. Let's see. Can I have some better picture for it? Okay, there it was. To be honest, none of these are really descriptive for me. Untravel Minds is probably the one that I would rather mark somehow differently. Okay, I guess that might be okay. That's the Unraveling of Minds. Restoring Touch. Sure. You can restore it, heal someone. I think Spire was the goal, Spire and Siren, but I don't know about DLCs at all. Full new system of stuff. Curious why they did it so differently to Pillars of Eternity. I have no idea, but it's cool. I like the spell system a lot, that you can choose the core and expression, and then there's a lot of different stuff that you can add to it to make it more accurate or have more range, and just all sort of stuff. I really do like that system. Is there anything I can do for this? There does seem to be. Marked Affliction. I think I would like to have that. That does mean that I have to leave something away, but I think this is good. So marked Affliction would be attackers receive a 20 accuracy bonus against this petrified guy. So I think that's cool. Yes. What would be the one that I would take away then, though? Maybe this, so that it will recharge a little bit longer. Possibly. That seems to be... I want it to be accurate enough, that's for sure. When it's naturally so inaccurate. So, yeah, I think that's extremely important. Yeah, because otherwise it would be minus 20, and now it's only minus 5 at least. Duration, cool. That's cool. And yeah. But yeah, there's so many spells that I would like to be able to cast myself. As well. To all of my guys, but just not enough spell slots. So many different cool spells that I would love to be able to do. No. Wild scale to test stuff outside of current series, but Tyranny turned out to be a jewel. I definitely like Tyranny's system of this stuff, for sure means a lot. A lot. But okay, we don't need to stay here longer. The biggest question is simply where do we want to go? Do we want to go into this secluded forest? I would say no. I don't think that's the best choice. So I guess this should be the one that we go for. I don't see even that we could go into something like the Burning Library or something. So I guess we will go here. I did want to visit here anyway. So Sentinel Stand. This battered fortress is the historic home of stalwarts ruling families, the regions. Protected by 2 massive walls, it was never taken during the conquest. Frustrated with the siege, Kyrus issued an edict that severely damaged the castle and left it encased with a massive perpetual tornado. And this is the location where Parik ended up inside of this armor forever, and he can't get out of it. Anyways, do you think that it's nice to be living inside of armor his full life at the moment? Everything inside the armor, you can't even get out of it for anything. Have to sleep in it, just everything. It's very nice. And our basic job was to go and try to find the daughter of the disfavored leader. Very probably always shield away from this game because I'm too much of a goody to choose some decisions that will tear me apart. Yeah, I can understand that, of course. I didn't originally think that I would be... Well, I am a goody two-shoe as well, so this is not a think that I'm very good at, some of the choices especially, or don't like to be a tyrant or tyrant servant exactly. But on the other hand, it is really cool. Really, really cool, I'd say. Let's start traveling. Yes. Yes, sirree. Ambush. Your journey is interrupted by the feral howls of a hunting pack of beastmen. Their leader is an impressive specimen, her mane black as night and her body scarred from battle. Oh no. With each level your character gains, you can increase one attribute and purchase one new talent. Indeed. Gills in shadow. Before you towers a massive creature, fur and flesh. Her short black snout snuffling in the air.
Know this scent. Stench of blood, sweat, battle, iron and death. Stench of human called Fatebinder. Smells like alpha. Smells of strength.
Yay, I smell of strength. The beast woman cocks her head to one side, eyes bright with curiosity and red as fresh blood. Those eyes rove your body up and down, darkening with the sudden heat, with the look that the predator bestows its prey.
Have been stalking human centrail. Have ranged many more than 5 nights through tribe and human territories of Tyr's land, hunting for human called Fatebinder. For human who woke Horizon Rock called Mountain Spire.
Indeed.
Have hunted hot high, cold low, wet dry. Traipsed far until paws bled, but always human who smelled of alpha evaded beast woman. Had to slink through shadows, fast, quick, without rest to catch delicious prey at last.
So you are trying to just get me as a delicious prey, but then you talk of me as an alpha. She tongues her blade sharp, discolored fangs, and exhales a pleased growl. So happy to get to me, apparently. Companion incoming? Doesn't seem like it if he wants to eat me. She wants to eat me. At least I'm supposedly a prey. I was looking for a unique game and working for evil seems like an interesting idea. And you have so many opportunities to put bad people on spikes here. No, these are beast men. Clearly beast men. Or this is a beast woman. But anyways, I don't think it's Wolfborn. Your markings must be from a shadow hunter tribe.
Fatebinder knows tribes of beast women. Curious human. Human who smells of alpha and knows of shadow hunter tribe. Best tribe. Lost tribe of kills in shadow.
Oh, you sound sad. I guess you are a companion then, because you got loyalty. So if you wouldn't be a possible companion, that would be strange if you would be gaining loyalty. So you probably are then a companion future possibility. Her eyes spin you with lust. The look of a wolf that's found a hare. That does not sound promising though. I don't want to be a hare that is being found by a wolf. I just slap Kills in Shadow in the face. Just slap. That would just be so weird. Hey, I'm not looking for conflict. I merely want to continue on my way.
Beast woman did not range so far, chasing scent and tracks of Fatebinder, only to step aside and watch human leave beast woman behind.
She snarls.
Nope. Will not move from way.
Explain yourself, Beast Woman. What is it you want?
Humans.
She hacks. The Beast Woman's nostrils flare wide and her eyes brighten with amusement.
No human called Fatebinder. Kairos breeds words on paper. Fatebinder binds words to earth and sky. Makes ground tremble. Makes night cry, blood and fire.
True. Well, on the other hand, I feel that I am more than just the vessel. Say nothing. Let her talk.
Tribes of Kairos fear Fatebinder. Human Alpha claimed Horizon Rock called Spire, and Archons did not kill Fatebinder. Archons rolled over and whined, covetous.
Guess that's true. Okay, so maybe you've heard of me. And what's your point, Beast Woman?
Kairos hunts human realms to extinction. Rules tribe of blood and ruin, starvation and death. Seeks to slaughter beast women like prey. But beast women are not prey. Are not flighty, feeble-minded humans.
Kills in Shadow spits a cup of tawny mucus on the ground.
Beast women are savage hunters. Bred to fight Kirut, like Fatebinder who smells of alpha. Strong always kill weak, then grow weak. Nor killed is migration of life. But Kills in Shadow is not weak now. Will not be weak for many long seasons. Will join Fatebinder and survive Kairos' tribe.
Alrighty then, that is indeed the plan. I won't do this, and this, after all, I never really can say no to companions anyways. That's just not possible. Her voice could become a little bit exhausting. Yeah, if I try to speak that, that's gonna be difficult. Now we're gonna talk with her for another hour. You'd side with the enemy to survive.
Enemy? No enemy. Only competition. Only strong tribes and weak tribes. Only win or die. Adapt to survive.
Alright, well, if you want to join me, it will have to be as my beta.
Kills in Shadow is not beta. But even alphas submit to stronger-willed primas. Many packs make a tribe. Is this not a thought humans also understand? Beast Woman will follow Fatebinder. Will not dominate.
Alrighty then.
Unless Fatebinder begins to smell weak.
She tongues one of her upper fangs, lips spit in a feral grin. But I can't just go and attack, even though it would kind of make sense. I don't, but, no. So you are prima now, prima donna, yay, yay. I wonder how it would actually be with a man or a male. I guess it would kind of be the same, but after all, supposedly the females are the leaders in the beast men tribes. So I'm not sure how it would work out if you were a man and a Fatebinder. How would she exactly then talk to you? Would it be exactly the same, even though it's supposed to be the females in charge? Or not? I wonder. I wonder. But nah, that's, I don't. I know who I am. Fine, but keep your nose to yourself. The Beast Woman huffs and turns to address her back.
Kills in Shadow will not shelter stone whelps anymore. Scamper, run, flee! Do not want to see shadows lurking, stalking behind. Barb cleft his leader now.
The pack hesitates, causing Kills in Shadow to emit a low, menacing growl, as in now she just chases the previous ones that were following her away. Interesting. Mating material. I don't know. Interesting question. I don't remember the answer. Yeah, I would have loved if you could have told me the goddamn answer, Caesar, but no. Fine. Not gonna know then. How would it be with a guy? With a Fatebinder that was a man? My goodness.
Will not like if Kills in Shadow catches sight or scent of stone mongrels again.
well, I have a magnetic personality because I got her to join us too, but I don't... I just got Siri in here. I won't immediately at least have her into the party because I don't like Barrick and Verse and I know how they work and play. I don't wanna. I was still hoping kind of, even though I generally speaking I always love that there's more choices and more companions available. Of course, it's always the best when there is more than just 4, for example. But then in this situation, but I wanted to be with them. And yeah, I think Volskelt is very close to the truth though. At least some funny remarks about that, They might make her a relationship option if male main character, if there was any romances in this game. I don't know if there is. But, yeah, in general. Not right now, though. And, well, at least we got Fatebinder Rogalus' answer to our missive. Dear Kide, your summonation's most fascinating. Thank you for sharing. You're certainly not the first to proclaim an edict. Many of us have been used to complete the casting of the Overlord's magic. And you aren't the first to break an edict, though that list of names is a smaller, more exclusive list. What's curious though, living and recorded memory make no mention of someone who proclaimed and shattered the same edict. In that regard, you are an anomaly. The bad news is, the Archons know this and will be suspicious of this distinction. Along with this parchment, I have included the contact information of the Honorable Fatebinder Myrtis, an old peer of mine and perhaps the most knowledgeable in the court on matters not taught to us by Tunon. Treat her with respect and she will not betray your confidence. Best of luck, Kide. I think things are about to get even stranger for you. Fatebinder Rogalus. This stuff is also fun. These that you can send missives and then you receive an answer from some different people and stuff like that. Okay, so how would we go and send a message to Myrtis? Quill in hand, you loom over a blank sheet of parchment. You have Binder Myrtis' contact information in hand and contemplate your opening words. Introduce yourself and send payment 500 rings. Just immediately. Okay. Polite introduction. Dear Fatebinder Myrtis, I write to you at the urging of my peer and tutor Fatebinder Rogalus. He has found himself bereft of answers, a rare condition for him, and success that you may be the only source of the answers I seek. If you will pardon the imposition, it would mean a great deal to learn what you know of Kairos' edict, and the magic of the spires. The mountain spire of the tears have awoken to my presence, and even that occurred moments after I resolved an edict of Kairos. So it's critical that I learn just what has happened to me, and what it all means. I thank you in advance for your consideration and wisdom. Fatebinder Kide. I think this is fine. Send it. 24-hour response time, of course. 1 missive in transit. 1 day remaining. We have no rings. Surely we have some rings. Just not a huge amount, but some. Almost pointless like this, eh? Alright, well...
Yes.
At least there's loot. So, they left us loot. The Great Spire of the Blight Grave provide cover for soldiers and beasts alike, making them perfect sites for ambushing unwary travelers. But it doesn't really look like that was even a way forward, so why was I going exactly there? I do not know. Why would I go there if there's nothing there? I do not know. Why? Why? Alright, let's move on then. Still 15 hours to go to just get into this goddamn place. Alrighty, and here we are. Any missives? I did send that. This missive is in transit. Yeah, well, 8 hours and 15 minutes remaining before we can get an answer. Fine. Fine then. Still gonna take a while.
Sentinels stand. I still remember when the edicts struck this place.
Anyways, this location is interesting to go and visit with Parik, considering this is the place where he got this armor put into himself forevermore. So, would kind of feel wrong not to come here with Parik. A hammer. Wow. Amazing.
Sorry, I can't.
Why can you not? That might be the right direction. I wonder if that's the right direction, or can I go from either direction? I do not know. I remember this voice from Pillars. Okay. I have of course not played Pillars yet, true. I tried to start it a little bit at one point, but yeah, I haven't played it basically almost at all. Even though I even have the Kickstarter big boxes of it, but still haven't played it. Stupid me. But yeah, things may become very strange for you, Faintbinder Kide. You don't say. I just met a beast woman, kills in shadows, and she wants to travel along. Yeah, that's also very strange. This strange. Definitely different. Alright, so this is the end of the road for us from this side, so good to know that I'm not missing anything then in that direction. Good, 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 good. Not a little save, and then let's just move on. There's someone to talk to.
Sorry, I can't.
Boots. The moat that once encircled Sentinel Stand has long since succumbed to the harsh environment. Standing water and patches of moist dirt are all that remain. Hello, you of the disfavored Rativek. The scout straightens as you approach, squinting through the harsh wind. Are you the support he has sent out? What do you think, Lucky? Yes, I'm Tunon's Fatebinder. Glad to hear it. You can never be too careful out here. I'm half blind from the storm, and you agents of the court don't always stand out, no offense. We've been patrolling the outer walls, but there's no sign of the enemy. Either they know not to come here, or they're better at hiding than I credited. Damn rebels shifts about like that. Like the winds they do. Damn, the rebels shift about like the winds they do, okay. Have you run into any Unbroken recently? More than a fortnight ago, but she dashed off right quick before she could knock arrows. They're a cautious lot, but cunning. Not even Kairos could have expected them to use the storm to their advantage. Can we enter the fortress? In these winds, I wouldn't venture to try if I had 1,000 shields to guard me. Come take a look, and you'll understand. Alright, in a moment. I'll check this area though, just quickly. Ooh.
Have a look here.
Sentinel Stand Keep was once a proud, imposing structure, now it stands as a mere shadow of its former glory. But yeah, I can't climb there anyways yet, so can't see that area better. Regardless. I wanna see everything.
Sorry, I can't.
Doesn't seem that there's anything more in there, but still, I would like to see everything. Okay, let's see this area. Nothing has changed. This is the very storm that shattered the Unbroken and disfavored alike. Thank you for bringing me here, Fatebinder. Barik regards the wind wall and the massive tornado around the inner keep, which is but a distant outline. Stradian Herodin, the last stalwart regent, covers behind the walls of this castle, and we won't be able to reach him through the storm. This place brings back unpleasant memories. The storm didn't leave much behind. A year of brutal weather will do that. Kairos' edict of storms devastated the once mighty realm of Stalwart, all but wiping it from the map. There isn't much left of the old country, save for the Unbroken and the stubborn pride. You were at Sentinel Stand? Well, I know he was. Tell me about the regions. There were bureaucrats and diplomats, all drunk of their own self-importance. Stradius Herodin never impressed me, but the people of Stalwart revered the man. Poverty must run in the regent bloodline. When the edict struck, Stradius hid in the castle and watched his country fall to pieces. An honorable man would have died for his people. So, you were indeed in the central stand during the war? Obviously. Regrettably, the general's daughter and members of the cohort were captured in the second year of the war. By the third, we had tracked her to Sentinel Stand. We knew that the edict was coming, but thought it worth the risks. The battle tracked no longer than it should have, and we got caught in the storm. His sides and cascades of sand escaped his shoulder joints. That was the day I woke up encased in this be-damned rust bucket, and why this place brings to my mind unfinished business. Well, I'm only really interested in one thing, how we get inside, even though we ask every other question, and even the questions that we know the answers to, but still, only about the getting inside, obviously. Alright, I hope to see you soon then, with when you said be right back. So I can tell you everything. It all starts ... be right back. As in, you wouldn't tell me. But I don't know now if you are actually going to be here now or are you not. But maybe you are here all the time and you just said that way. That, yeah, I can tell you everything. Just be right back as an answer. What a nice answer. Couldn't say. The powers fighting over this realm must have some notion. Otherwise they wouldn't squabble for control over this blasted wasteland. We should track down someone with answers. Hear that? We're not alone. Taking a step forward, first step, draws her weapon and scans the surroundings. You catch an odd sound in the wind, a low moan hidden within a cacophony of swirling dirt and metal debris. The clouds of dust seem to close in upon you. Within them, you see patches of glowing red. ... Okay. The Bane to arms! Well, I hope you can survive as well, you guy. I wonder if you then start to sing immediately, or how does it work, I wonder. That was the healing touch, right? Yes. Unraveling the minds and all that. Well, I think you gotta move into there, you start moving this way. You could give a mirror image maybe to Barik.
I would. But
Okay, Barik has that under control, which is fine. You go and help here against this guy. Just so that we do not lose our ally. A mirror image hopefully will keep Barik a little bit safer. Let me just move a little bit further off from that. I don't know if that would help anything. Actually, also this one, yeah. That's the trying to now figure out where did I have my spell for the. But I guess it's here. Yeah, grounding core is here. I thought that I had it here somewhere, but I don't see. No, it's there. Okay. Just when I, after all, changed this picture so lately. She did look in the lock. Water lost and got back. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back.
on it.
Are you doing this? I did ask you to start doing it, but I don't know now then if you did. I wonder, can you do this for him? But you cannot, so yeah, we would have to do a lot to try to keep that guy alive, I'd say. Which might not be that easy as one would like, when I can't do something like that to him. Well, I'll try to start dealing more damage. I guess you still have your AI stuff on anyways, like... I wonder where it even was, but yeah, you're definitely doing your things and spells. Okay, but yeah, it's kind of interesting how that stuff works. Sure, try to get this on.
Well struck.
badly injured. Good. Go and try to destroy some more. Barik, don't chase there. You're definitely singing a lot. That's for sure, Reese. I would love if you would taunt some more of these guys though. That they don't just go and rush into this sort of places. At least we got one of those guys killed, which is cool enough. Give regeneration to Barik as well, actually, if you could. That's nice enough. I would still indeed prefer to be able to keep everyone alive, also this guy. But she can actually block pretty well because she has that automatically at least block certain amount of damage. So it does fit a little bit maybe better into our group, considering the fact that how I am the mage who is vulnerable and everything. So, well, this isn't exactly that necessarily, but I'll practice my spells of this type too. You burned this fool. I hardly ever do the spells with Barik. I really would need to sometimes anyways remember these goddamn things a little bit better, but just give yourself something like this, I guess, quickly. And you could give yourself this, I guess.
got
If they're gonna try to fight you in any way, then to have that would be cool enough.
Pity you won't enjoy.
Such a pity.
This
Siri
as much
is
as I
indeed
do.
better life than what we are in. Electric Jolt, sure. Then we can do our Rhyme Spike again. The freezing spell of ours. Yay. Victory! Ashe protects that soldier. Pretty well, yes. Ooh, they spiced up the battle music, some unusual themes there. Yeah, I like the battle musics in this game. Well, I don't really have anything that I dislike, other than, okay, I'm a servant of the tyrant, so, which is not the most comfortable role, as it is. Maybe we should have taken a beast one. She seemed to be have less combat option, but a clear-cut approach. Maybe, but I already have a lot of people who are relatively clear-cut in the end. Barik and Verse, especially Barik doesn't have that much. The Bane are gone, their unnatural cries silenced, leaving only the tornado's violence in your ears. As the dust clouds recede, you spot a crouched figure on the wall above.
We've got a scout. Look there, on top of the wall.
Ah, there, I see. Janos. Janos. It's almost like the edicts attracted them here, damn creepers. A soldier kneels behind the ruined parapets. You can tell by his raiment, all stalwart gear, that he is an unbroken soldier. He peers at you with a mixture of caution and curiosity. You handle the pain well enough, but what brings you to this forsaken place? He pauses as recognition dawns in his eyes. You don't look like the typical rank and file of Kairos' army, but you're no daughter of stalwart either. He squints at your raiment and takes your measure. No, you're the Fatebinder who broke past the Ventrian Court. I think you'll find yonder window wall a tougher nut to crack than the Apex Citadel, he chuckles. I'm here to end the Edict of Storms. Is that how it works? Kairos casts an edict and sends lackeys to do the cleanup effort. In that case, I'm glad we're still independent of your imperial docks. Enjoy it while it lasts. When the region is under our control, you'll be breaking your back digging mass graves. I'll be watching. I suggest you make like a storm and plow, because you're not getting inside this fortress. When you report back to your master, tell him that first scout Janos sent you off with your tail tucked between your cheeks. Well, what do you know about the Edict of Storms? The storm will continue for as long as Tradius Herodin lives. I wager that we are both keen on stopping the old coward's heart, though I'll do everything in my power to make sure that you never get any closer to Sentinel Stand than this. What if Oops, I'm a step closer. And another? Are you going to do something about it or just stare at me from your little nest up there? Your antics don't amuse me in the slightest, Scarlet Fury. Dance away if you must. You won't make it through the wind wall as I live and breathe. For a second there, I was worried that we would have to let you live, but you put that to the rest. So what are the Bane doing here? Don't you know anything? The Bane are drawn to Kairos' magic like flies around a corpse. This whole region is polluted with the Overlord's reek. Nowhere more so than the wind wall before us. Mind yourself around their claws. Fatebinder. It's said that once the Bane have you in their clutches, they never let go. Do you know anything about Cravenash's daughter, Amelia? Sorry, I didn't catch that. I'm not too good with names, and your voice isn't carrying over the winds. He flashes your wide, knowing grin, so you know something of her, you just don't want to tell. Impertinent scum, climb over that wall and let me beat the truth out of you. Barik, I don't think that's the best way to try to get to him. Serving the Kairos is the best thing about the game. You can do with tires whatever you want, not like in Dragon Age where you are stuck with Savior of everyone role. Love Dragon Age to death though. Again, I kind of agree. It's a very different sort of a role, and as such, you have a lot different sort of options, obviously enough. But again, the problem, I'm a goody two-shoe, so that is a problem. Dumb Barik again, yeah. But yeah, I'm goody two-shoe, so that's the main issue of this game. I'm just by nature a goody two-shoe. The only way that I in Arcanum was evil, to be able to get evil companions to join my side, was to sell in the store before in the background, to sell my soul to the devil so that my alignment would always stay on the negative -25, and then I could do as many good actions that I would like because my soul was already sold to the devil, so I'm bad regardless what I do. That's the only way that I can have evil characters be joining with me. Of course, this is a little bit different case and scenario, but still. That tells you something, how bad I am to try to be an evil character. I've done actually okay here as sus thus far, trying to be a servant, trying to take on the role of a servant of Kairos, but yeah. And yeah, very creative, extreme creativeness. What can you tell me of the regions? The regions were our royal family, the governed old stalwart, protected our borders and rallied our armies when in need. Kairos Butchers left but one region standing, and he's as useless as a mustache on a mallet. Why do the Unbroken hate Stridion Herodin? He's a spineless old man who hides behind his soldiers and doesn't possess any of the values he hammers into others. Oh, sorry, I was talking about Craven Ash. Janos flashes your crude sign with his fingers. He might be a character that would also join us later on in here, to be honest, considering he just feels like he might be almost like Epis. But who knows? I do not know. Would I had the strength to tear down this wall and kill him myself? Yes, Barik. Herodin is a relic of the past, and we are looking to the future. We don't have any hope of skirming out from under Kairos' thumb, while the old region enjoys its twilight years, sipping dusty wine and hiding from the war. Well, perseverance opened the Sunset Spire. It will crack Stalwyn's little wind wall. He straightens his posture and appraises you in silence. I can say this much. You buy into what you're preaching, and I have to respect that. Plenty of folks have tried to get in the central stand and failed. ... But none of them had a spire to call home. Yeah. And how can I get inside Sentinel stand then? Throwing yourself into the wind wall comes to mind. Take a few steps inside and see how long it takes for the wind to strip you down to a skeleton. I'd love to stay and stat, but it's high time that I reported on your presence to my superior officer. Be seen, you Fatebinder, though you might not see me. He ducks behind the parapet and vanishes into the obscurity of the storm. Rativek. Damn that vain Sultan wretch, Rativek spits. The Unbroken know the territory better than us and take every opportunity to flaunt it. What was the scout even doing here? Look, there's a corpse on the wall. Might bear a closer look. I can't tell from here, but I think it's wearing his favorite colors. Investigate the remains of the soldier. We shall do so soon. Stuff. Scrolls. Yay. I got some scrolls. But of course they know the area, which we definitely do not. That's just obvious. I have not played Drakensang. Nope. It would be something that I probably should play as well. There's just so many games that I should play. And Sare managed to get through the game as Kairos' servant only because I roleplayed a character that believed that having Kairos' peace would be good for all people. It became kinda hard to roleplay as the game progressed. My character might have been slightly dumb. Yeah, I don't know if I'll stay on that path forever. Probably will change from that path if it's still possible, and I assume it is at least to some degree. But it makes sense to at least start as a servant of Kairos properly, and then maybe we can change that. We'll see. If we return to Mass Effect for a bit, I think the most realistic Shepard is Aictin's Renegade. He does everything the Paragon one does, but he's honest, realistic, and hilariously sarcastic. I love bad characters after that. Gotcha. And kinda true. But on the other hand, for example, if we go into a lot of Renegade choices, I just couldn't do them. I wouldn't want to kill Rex. Rex is awesome character, of course. And on the other hand, I wouldn't kill Ragnar. I just wouldn't. Ever. So, depends, I guess, what sort of choices you would be talking about, but there's plenty that I just wouldn't do. I think I've made a few Renegade choices in a couple of situations, but rarely. Very, very, very rarely. It's just not my style. Nonetheless, he is funny going and punching journalists and stuff, but otherwise. But anyways. Loot. Amelia's battle standard. Amelia's battle standard that this guy has with him. This appears to be a scrap of the battle standard carried by Amelia, the daughter of the Archon of War. It was found at Sentinel Stand, confirming that she was within the castle when the Edict of Storm descended on Stalwart. Not too big of a surprise, I'd say. The body has been here a long time, and the storm has long since eroded skin from bones. Tucked away in one of the gauntlets, you find a scrap of a distinctive battle standard. That's this general's family crest. Amelia and her unit must have come through here. It seems a lifetime ago that we marched on Sentinel Stand. At least this proves we were on the right track. So close to. The girl might still be alive out there. He looks at the wind wall with regret. Tell me about Amelia. She was always headstrong, took after her father in that regard. She also demanded that the Legion treat her like an ordinary soldier whenever possible, though in truth she was far from ordinary. She's not an Archon like Ash, but she's vicious with the sword and good with her troops. I sparred with her outside of the bastard city and almost lost an ear for my troubles. What makes you think she's alive? Ashe protection would keep her standing long after anyone else would have fallen. I don't like to think what she's endured in her imprisonment, but we can't help but help but put it behind her. But we can help put it behind her. Sure. That is very hardy walk. A hammer to the skull, a sword to the gut, an arrow to the spine. We don't go down easily. We can march for days without cracking a yawn. Of little else I could guarantee, but I know this much. The daughter of Cravenesh can outlast any prison. So what are the next steps? Dusk Watchford is now unlocked on the world map. As they paid us to bring order to the region, but we need to learn as much about his daughter as possible. I heard tell of an unbroken fort called Duskwatch. One of our soldiers has been imprisoned there since around the time Amelia's units went missing. I'll wager anything that if we shatter the unbroken defensive, we'll learn more about her thereabouts. Barrick is correct. They took Hollis captive, supposedly one of the Stone Shields who traveled with Amelia. You ought to make contact with Osmios, the commander in charge of taking Duskwatch. I'm sure he would appreciate the aid of the Fatebinder. You go on ahead. I need to double back and relay this to Ash. That should raise the old man's spirit, eh? Maybe. 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 Don't kill anyone, save all. Rex, Ragnar, everyone back on Shepherd Wood. But we always realistic about situation. That was one of my Renegade Shepherds, the most enjoyable to play. My Shah was super loyal to Kairos and Voices of Nerat. Imagine that. Dumbness was explained by a lot of cruelty. Alright. You really should continue Drakensang at some point. I played it according to Steam 2.5 years ago. Only problem is I probably should start it over again, as I remember almost nothing, and I really don't like starting games many times these days. Yeah. Anyways, I just so look forward to when you finally could get back to your... What's this? Painessence, huh? Get back to your place in the Helsinki, so we could actually play Divinity Original Sin. I hope you still remember something of it, and not all forgotten about it. The wind whips violently past, throwing bits of rocks and metal past you along with the dust, because I would really like to play Divinity Original Sin to the end. So, it just sucks that the corona situation had to happen right at that time.
Can't do that.
We were about to start continuing our progress in that goddamn game, so... sad times. Me sad. Me very sad. Okay, that's direction that you can go over in there, but that's not a place I could have gone into. I couldn't go through that spot. After all. I guess I have to go all the way back then to be able to go to the world map. Rightio then. Guess that's the case anyways. Looks to be the case. Just run. I'll check quickly if I supposedly were able to get here, but I don't think I will. Yep, no ways there. So, no point going there. Well, we played Original Sin twice to that point, so it's in better memory. Yeah, I'm glad of that at least, because I definitely wouldn't want to start it another freaking time from the start. Not without actually finishing the game, but yeah. I do want to be able to continue it whenever you get back home. At least I've been playing some more of the Dragon Ages, so getting forward with that and stuff, so yes, someday. Duskwatch Fort was one of the several forts hastily constructed by the Unbroken in response to Kairos' conquest on the Tiers. Due to its position near Stalward's coast, it escaped destruction from Kairos' magical storms. It is now one of the few remaining rebel outposts in Stalward. Okay, something special happens. Start is always best part of every game. I don't think it's exactly the case with Divinity Original Sin. Anyways, it's not like we are that ridiculously far in the game, I think. So I would even consider the place we've ended up first time that it's kind of still in the start to some degree. But I don't look forward to going and talking again to the lady whose husband she supposedly maybe would have killed and that sort of stuff. That was the boring stuff for me, so I definitely wouldn't all the battles and stuff like that, creating your characters, a lot of cool stuff in the start, but then the part where I would have to go and talk all the conversation again with the mayor and her and figuring out the start of that stuff when I already know it well enough, then that would be a little bit annoying at that point. For many, it's the only played part, I guess. Well, Skelt, that's why I'm stuck in the middle of Divinity and Pillars of Eternity. Well, on the other hand, I don't know. It's difficult for me in some sense. I've tried to be better with games to actually finish them nowadays. After all, I was without having finished Witcher 3 8 for so long. But after all, the first time that I truly played it through was when I did the Let's Play of it, which I'm really happy that I did. I'm more than happy with it in more than a few senses, but on the other hand, it also took me a ridiculously long time to actually play it completely through. For several reasons, I'm just not good with keeping with the schedule that I always upload every month and so on and forth. And yes, streaming is a good path to finish games, definitely, I'd say. Slash Let's Plays, but Let's Plays are kind of more work. They would be less work if I didn't try to make sure that every episode is as good as I could possibly have it, as in editing-wise and stuff, even though it's not like I do actually that much editing, but just, for example, with sound, especially when Sara was here, when we played Jacket Alliance 2 a little bit, trying to balance that her sound is as high as my sound, and that was a lot of work when I don't have some automatic process that I can just use to always boost her volume to be as high as my volume and stuff like that. That's sort of a like audio editing to make sure that everything can be heard and stuff, and that the music isn't too overpowering and things like that. And I don't do that with if I upload stream into YouTube, I don't do that. So that's why streams are very easy. But on the other hand, you guys are here, you can tell me if something can be heard, if it can't be heard, if the game volume is too loud, and so on and forth. But I don't really have that option when I'm doing a Let's Play anyways. And anyways, if you think about freaking Dragon Age Origins, the battles are so loud. Especially some battles. I've now been in the Deep Roads in the Dwarven Kingdom, and god damn, those ghosts yell so loud. Like, shut up. Just, no, shut up. Don't be goddamn ghostly towards that shout. When has ghosts shouted like that? God darn. But yeah, in that sense, it takes me a lot longer time because I want to get those goddamn dwarf shouts low enough. So it takes me longer because I wanna make things perfectly, and yeah. And then on the other hand, I do also with the thumbnails a little bit more work sometimes. With the Darkest Dungeon 2, I was thinking originally at least, we'll see if I'll keep to that I would be using, because I got kind of a diorama as a physical reward for that game. So I was thinking that I would use those diorama things and place them in a nice way and take a picture and edit it in a sense that I would be able to get a nice thumbnails and stuff like that. It's all sort of ideas at least. Would have to see if I could actually pull it out so that it would actually look cool and could, but still it would have been fun. Yeah, very curious how they will realize Baldur's Gate 3. I am curious, but I'm kind of also concerned. I don't know if I would want Baldur's Gate 3 at this point. Anyways, I was quite satisfied with the amount of Baldur's Gate games. It is an awesome game, but... And then, I think turn-based combat is something the Divinity Original team is better with. But on the other hand, it just feels like it should be RTS style, as in the pause style combat, so I don't know. We'll see. So then I have really severe problems of finishing games. I have started Arcane so many times that going through it's pretty much going through motions, which is the reason I have no one to play it anymore, and so it remains unfinished for me. I made a few New Year's promise to play through the games now when I start them. Success has been varied. Well, at least you played through Tyranny, but I think one of the main reasons that you played through Tyranny is also the fact that I'm playing it right now, so you want to be able to at least play it before you see me play it through. Plus, maybe it's a little bit extra motivation to see me play it. Maybe. I don't know. Is it the case? But, yeah, studio a bit whimsical for the murder code game. That's true too. I don't know. I don't really... It's kind of cool, but it's kind of just... I don't know. I don't know. I would be happy enough if we just simply got a game in that world. It wouldn't need to be Baldur's Gate for it to be a game in that world. I would be more than happy to have a game, some other game, not Icewind Dale, not Baldur's Gate, just some game into the same world setting so that we have the same stuffs. But it wouldn't have to be a Baldur's Gate 3 or Icewind Dale 3 or something like that. Just some game into that world. That would be all I would be happy with. And I might prefer a new game thing rather than now suddenly there being Baldur's Gate 3 when it's been years ago that Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 have been here, so. Yeah, Arcanum definitely has issues, but on the other hand, I did enjoy that game a lot because it's one of the rare games that I've finished 3 times, so it's a kind of a surprising situation that I finished it that many times as I have. So, I love it. I love it a lot. I never found Virgil though. When he left me, I never found him again. So whenever I would try to play it, I would really like to be able to freaking find him. And I don't want spoilers about it. Still freaking spoilers about where the heck did Virgil go when he leaves me. Stupid Virgil, leaving me hanging. How could he? Well, the reason I started to play Tyranny now was because you started playing it, but finishing it was mostly because I made the promise to myself to finish games. Alright, good answer, Saret, then to that. But okay, let me read about this. If you guys have more to comment, of course, but I'll try to also keep up with playing the games a little bit more nowadays, just because I do want to be playing this game through, and I know there's so many games I want to play, so I try to do a decent progress always. But okay. Encounter in the Blight Grave. Through the billowing dirt and rust kicked up by the Edict of Storms, you make out of the shifting silhouettes of a small group ahead of you. Appearing lightly armed and armored, the group pulls 2 cars in their wake. They haven't noticed you to the maelstrom. I would like to hail them. I would like to know more about them. I don't want to just sneak. Wary of your presence, the travelers halt when you hail them and await your approach. Their emaciated faces make it clear that hunger has left them weak. One steps forward to explain that they're scavengers from Old Starward, hoping to trade their haul in exchange for food for their families. A glance at their goods reveals that they're carrying remnants of bronze and iron arms, likely scavenged from the Blight Grave. The leader of the group, head bowed deeply in deference, asks if they may pass. No. No. Yeah, I'll guide them. I don't wanna just do any of these sort of things for sure. So guide them. Iron ingot placed in stats. You have gained favor with the Unbroken. Encounter in the Blight Grave. Escorting the travelers, you lead them through the ragged ways to the Blight Grave's broken border. They thank you profusely for your assistance, swearing to spread word of your fairness to others in Stalwart. Their leader shows her appreciation with a few pieces of scrap before the group continues their march away from the Edict of Storms. But yeah, in there I just wouldn't be able to just say, no, I'm not gonna help you at all. I couldn't. We should talk sports now. Sports next, yay! Dungeon Siege 3 is a strange game for me. When I finish it, I start new playthrough immediately with new character and go through at least 1/3 of the game, so it's always installed and always unfinished. Okay. I haven't played that game as of yet. Received a missive. Yay. Kide, do you remember your training under Blade and Mark? I remember mine. Funny to think that you and I are about a century apart, but to Blade and Mark, we are all children. I'm now the oldest of the court's children, and I've seen much in my time. It's probably for the best everyone assumes I'm old, harmless, and worth shuffling away in the archives. ... If I were scrutinized too closely, I'm sure none would find I've grown lax in my spoiled old age. ... But why I am where I am is that I've kept my head down. You appear to be doing the opposite. In some regards, this is beyond your control. You were chosen for the honor of proclaiming Kairos' edicts. Twice. The decline would have meant death, but Duachep means to be placed on the stage for all to see. Kairos' most powerful weapon is not the edict. It's her ability to hand us rope that we willingly use to hang ourselves. Never forget this. There are numerous questions nestled in your request. What is it you wish to know most? Focus your inquiry and I will answer as best I can. Fatebinder Mutis. Which one would I want to rather inquire about? The edicts and their nature or the spires? I wonder how much she would know about the spires. Edicts I would at least assume she would know more about. And their nature. I wish I could ask both of these questions. What do you guys think? What would you be more interested to know about? The edicts and their nature or the spires? I really can't decide. I probably would go with the edicts and their natures, even though the spires are extremely interesting. But on the other hand, the spires haven't been activated in ages, so what would I assume her to know about them? Edicts, at least Kairos just always decides to be just doing and everything. Yeah, that's what I would think, that the edicts would be better choice probably, because that seems like something that she would for sure know about more than I do. But spires, I wonder how much she would be able to answer about those. But yeah, inquire about edicts and their nature. Dear Myrtis, thank you for hearing me out. I have more questions than I have ink, but let's start with a discussion of Kairos' edicts. I've lived under proclaimed and resolved edicts, which makes me far more knowledgeable than the lay person on the subject, and yet I still know so little. Kire. Yay. I showed you the spire. We started in the spire. That was the place. No, spire is the thing where we started the game at when you came in. As in, we were top of the really high, like, tower. That is a spire. And that is the special connection we've had with those spires, that somehow we've claimed that sort of a tower. And we were able to teleport between the two spires we have claimed, so to speak, in just 15 minutes, which would have otherwise taken how long to walk through? So, yeah. So the thing you put bad people on isn't exactly true, but at least to my knowledge, unless I've gotten everything incorrect apparently. And Spire was the location which we had to first claim to be able to end the first edict of that were about to try to kill us all. But we had to claim that area, but then the weird thing happened which then made us connect with the Spire, and we got teleported all the way over on top of the Spire, and we had a connection. Weird as it was. And no problems. You're welcome, of course, for the information. My pleasure. Okay, let me check what is our relationship. Well, slight favor. The Unbroken were pleased by your words and actions. Wow. Just a little bit of something. You always think about spikes, eh? That's what you're thinking about. What you're up to? As you can see, Duskwatch is closed off to the likes of us, else I would be taking shelter from the storm. That his favorite scout chuckles to recall your features, then his eyes open in joy and comprehension. Ah, the Fatebinder of Tunon, Commander Osmias told me that I should look out for company, but I didn't expect anyone from this high up the food chain. He beckons for you to follow. Due east of here, our units scatter in strength to take Dustwall. Follow me. He glances up at Barrick in sudden bewilderment. You're the biggest stone shield I have ever seen. How do you run around in armor like that? With great effort, but I must keep moving to stave off the rust. My columns are bulged to the size of piglets. Alright? The center shakes his head to dispel the thought and focuses back on you. Tell me about this Osmios. He's been part of the Starboard campaign since it began, so he knows his country like the inside of his helmet, which is damn impressive when you consider how the edict shook everything up. I'd follow him anywhere, including the Eye of Storm, it seems. What's your mission here? We do what Kairos' Iron Legion does best. We claim the fort, and anyone who doesn't cooperate gets you put to the sword. Our commander likes to keep the orders simple. Osmias mentioned something about the northern prisoner behind the walls of Duskwatch, but I couldn't tell you anything else. I was assigned to scouting duty, not rescue duty. So what's the story with Duskwatch? Watch. Throughout the war, the Unbroken kept the fort locked up against Kairos' forces. It might not be much to look at, but the folks behind those walls are a spirited bunch. Not even the storms have broken their nerve. Okay, well, show me. Let's go. I could go by myself, but it's cool that he shows the way. Okay, so there's the Osmios, then Earthshaker, Iron Walker, Crescent Runner, and Stone Shield. So, Osmios is this. The disfavored commander wears his armor over proud shoulders and stands as if he knows it all too well. Craven Ashe protects. Osmios 32nd Legion, a pleasure to have you join us. Even this close to Iron Horde, we need all the help we can get. He frowns at Barrick. Still trapped, I see. How are you faring under there, soldier? It is challenging enough to fit food through this stubborn iron pocket. I have gained several 100 pounds of iron and muscle over the last year, and I smell like a mass grave left open to the sun. But I am, for the moment, upright. He nods to Osmias. As you might be able to tell, this fort is tough not to crack. The Unbroken aren't too keen of surrendering, and our preliminary attacks have yet to break through. One of our soldiers is chained inside, Callias, and we'll go any lengths to get him out. He glances at the fort with longing. What's your business at Duskwatch? I expect you've come to aid in the war effort, but when it comes to Tenon's agents, it pays not to make assumptions. Hello, Helmet Hair. Hi, nice to see you. Welcome to stream. I hope your week and all this time that I haven't talked with you has been going well. But welcome to streams. I hope you've been doing well, at the very least. How you doing? And I think you played Tyranny too, right? So, you know the game. Which I do not, more than what I know. What have I come here for? Been a long time indeed. Good that everything's fine. Well, busy with studies, stressful. That's about it. Otherwise, okay, nothing too special. You never even finished this game. Why didn't you finish the game then? What's your complaint? Why didn't you end up finishing? I was so sure that you've at least finished this game too. It feels to me that a lot more people would finish games, but it seems that it's such a common problem with people that we don't finish games. I don't know why that is. Why do we not finish games? Or do you just finish games that are good enough? And then not those which have some problems on the way? I wonder. Anyways, let's see. I know that I am a person that gets too distracted and then I wanna play some other game and then I need to start again the game that I was playing before and so on. That at least used to be a problem for me. Nowadays not as much because I don't play nearly as much on my own new games, rather I do only let's plays and streams, so it's a bit different. The recent story didn't grip you. Alright, I've been enjoying it well enough though. Well, I would expect him to be honest about that, so... But yeah, it hasn't been too difficult, but I do enjoy the spell mechanics especially. I enjoy doing the spells. And the story has been fine enough by me, at least at this point. So I've been enjoying it. Maybe it could be better, but I've been enjoying it for what it is, personally. But easy, yeah, maybe, but... At least it's not too difficult. I did die a couple of times in a couple of battles, I think. At least in the place where I have to first stop the first edict. That's the place I certainly did die a couple of times before I actually managed to capture it. But we've managed to get through otherwise every battle thus far. Of course, I do not play on the hardest difficulty. I played on the second hardest difficulty. So not on the hardest difficulty, but nonetheless on this difficulty it hasn't felt too bad. You really enjoyed Wasteland 3 then. Kind of, I I thought that there was some complaints about what direction Wasteland 3 would go into even. So kind of surprising that then apparently you enjoyed Wasteland 3 that much. I should play Wasteland 2 and Wasteland 3 both at some point. Not Wasteland 1. Wasteland 1 is a little bit too old for me. I think that wouldn't be that enjoyable, but Wasteland 2 I really would need to play, and I would need to play Wasteland 3. Definitely. So. But on the other hand, if you played it through in a couple of days, it can't be that long. Played it on Game Pass. Alrighty. But yeah, it's still a long game, but on the other hand, it's still how... If there's 24 hours in a day, and you played it in 2 days, couple of days, I don't know how many days is couple of days. Somehow I just couple of days seems always like it's 2 days, that's impossible. But yeah, I should play that at some point. But yeah, I've enjoyed the spell mechanics in this game. That's one of the main things that I've enjoyed. And there's a lot of other cool stuff nonetheless. Maybe 4 to 5 days. Alright. But yeah, that is still really fast. I don't know if I have ever played any game through in that sort of a time period. I don't think ever. I don't think I've ever done such a thing. But okay, so what's your business at Duskwatch? I expect that you come to aid in the war effort, but when it comes to students' agents, it pays to make assumptions. Yes, not to make assumptions. I don't wanna say I specifically I'm doing this for Tihti's favorite, so I think this is the most within. I am the arbiter of Kairos' will, and I deem the Edict of Storms has served its intended purposes and should be resolved. Wow, waiver with blade and mark apparently, for some reason. I couldn't speak for arcane matters, but I've seen enough of this storm to know that we're going to have a hard time reclaiming these lands with a crit in our eyes and unproven scouts navigating the obscurity. He squints off into the distance and frowns. Day and night my forces have battered themselves against those walls, but even the tireless disfavored have their limits. I'm afraid we're out of commissions until Ashes Aegis takes the edge of the knit, our wounds closed. You look lively enough. What say you help us get Callius out and soften up the Unbroken for execution? I'm gonna say this, I won't decide yet, but I kind of starting to think that I might like to join more with the Unbroken on this. I don't necessarily need to destroy the Unbroken, they even want to kill that guy, so I kind of wouldn't want to actually. Let me get the lay of the land first, okay? Don't fool gathered for too long, I'm leading this attack and we need your help on the inside. Now, what if I want to do this on my own and I don't need your help? What then? If you go no lifer on it, it's easy. Okay, head off to bet my head. I think I will head off to bet my head. Bet your head, okay. Was very nice to join your travels though. Okay, thank you, and I will be enjoying the stream, and thank you very much for joining in, and I hope you enjoyed some Tyranny, even if you didn't know this game previously. So, thank you, and I hope you have a great night, and a great weekend and everything. Good night and sweet dreams, Walshgeld. Okay, let's have a look around first, and then I have to try to be making a decision what the heck I'm gonna do here. We might, of course, maybe end the stream before I would actually... I was having a feeling that maybe there would be something hidden in here, and there certainly was. Path of Roses. How good of a short bow do you have, I wonder? That's poisonous. Interesting. Interesting enough. You had this weapon, so let's see. Outbreak has explosions. This is the poisonous. It's basically exactly the same from what I see, other than this has poisonous and the other one has other stuff. Poisoned for 8.2 seconds, and this is 5 to 10 fire versus dodge. Weapon crit. But I guess this is always the poison? No, just weapon crit. How does poison work so that it's only one weapon crit that you get poison from it though? That's my question. How does that work? That's not how it should work. And thank you, Wall Scout. Alright. Let's check. But yeah, in this case, at least the first person from the Unbroken that I met wouldn't be someone that I necessarily feel I would need to destroy or kill. These Unbroken fellas. Not necessarily.
Sorry,
I don't know. On the other hand, it would kind of go against Kairos.
Sorry, I can't.
So in that sense, even in the oppressive rust storms, the Unbroken soldiers have remarkably good aim with the bow. Sure, what was here then, the text? There was something here too, right? Maybe I looked wrong. Not certain.
Can't do that.
Well, we're definitely having the look about of this realm. That looks like I should be able to go through that. That looks definitely something that you can just go through. That's all. I wonder if they would allow me to come and talk with them. Well, what do you guys think? Should I go? I kind of would be tempted to try to be more without killing everyone if possible, but on the other hand, I'm supposed to be battling against these forces, so I'm having a difficulty deciding about this. Yeah. Can I talk with you?
I got it.
Can I talk with thee? No, I cannot, at least from here.
I got it.
Exactly. What would happen if I would try to open the gate? I don't know. I'm interested to know, though. Me interested. I was trying to select us all. Never was in this position. I don't know if you are allowed in. I don't know. Either. Maybe I would need to just talk to Osamias first. Okay, I have to attack it to open it. Force the gate open with repeated attacks. So then I would anyways have to be attacking. So I don't know if that's then an option really for me, though. Probably not. Well, I need answers, not bodies. Killing the Unbroken might not help me. It's not often that I see restraint, but there you have it. In this case, I think you can spill some blood without losing sleep. Before you get too excited, your job is to infiltrate the base under cover of night and extract the prisoner. Don't let anyone spot you. If you alert them while inside, you'll be on your own. Callius is a good soldier, and he's been in Unbroken hands longer than anyone should have to endure. You might think him just another stone shield, but Ashe holds the lives of his troops in high regard, so we should consider the recovery efforts as important as taking Duskwatch itself. There are a few structural weaknesses along the perimeter, which should help you sneak in. After releasing Callias, open the front gate from the inside. He flashes you to the green. We'll flood the keep and make short work of Akaton's soldiers. Are you ready to begin? So at least I would have the sneak option for the moment, but he wants me to then open the gate and then we would all just attack. I found evidence that Ashe's daughter passed by Sentinel Stand. Could Callias know more about her disappearance? Amelia, Omnius draws himself up. By the Nord, I never even considered that anyone in her unit survived capture. ... If his sanity is still intact after all this time, then it's entirely possible that Callias could tell us something. It's been some time since I allowed myself such optimism. If Callias traveled with Ashe's daughter, then we have a chance at taking her back from the southern fringes. How has Duskwatch stood this long in defiance of your troops? He glances to his left and right with a frown. I hate to question the great general or his command, but we're overworked and undermanned. There won't be any additional supplies coming our way until the fort is in our hands, and the Unbroken set up their defenses with a long siege in mind. During the conquest we pushed through the stalwart defenders like they were old hedge crows, but these Unbroken are a breed apart from their countrymen. In losing the war, all of a sudden they have something to rally behind. I don't want to say that we underestimated them, but... ... He shrugs and trails off. What do you know of the Unbroken? A gang of fierce men with delusions of honor. I'm sure they wish their ranks were as renowned and elite as it is favored. Unfortunately for them, the best they'll ever do is die by our hand or surrender and face hard labor. And they rally around someone named Matthias, a low-born stalwart captain of some moderate success. He smiles bemusedly. Strangely enough, there's no love lost between the Unbroken and the old establishment. A hereditary bloodline known as the Regents. With that much division in their ranks, I don't know how they hope to succeed. How was Amelia lost during the war? I wish I could tell you, if what you're suggesting is true, and I have no reason to believe it isn't, then Kalia should be able to tell us more about what happened to her and where she ended up. We dispatched cohorts of soldiers to recover her unit, but we had to pull back our efforts when the Edict of Storms hit. Navigating the region became less organized and more of a matter of chance. I'm sure that Ashe has worried himself sick wondering about his daughter's safety. I have worried as well, and the question plagued me even as we marched to recover her unit. It plagues me still. I think at this point, especially when you friend with Ashe, you probably have no choice but to see Unbroken as enemies, but maybe you can find something. Yeah, I'm afraid that that's probably the case, but that's kind of annoying that you can't change it anymore afterwards. And on the other hand, I still want to save her, his daughter, I mean. But I just wouldn't want to just be completely enemies with them, but guess there's no choice for me. Kairos proclaimed an edict even though Ashe's daughter was missing. With all due respect, Ashe's daughter means less than a dented goblet to the Overlord. Kairos is opposed to such matters and wouldn't pause to take the girl's safety into consideration, much less yours or mine. Besides, the great general knew the risk of sending his daughter into battle. He wouldn't let his feelings compromise the war effort. Another family destroyed at Kairos' whim. At least Ashe can take comfort in the knowledge that he isn't directly responsible for what happened to his daughter. Okay, I'm ready. Duskwatch is all but ours. Eager are we? Good. Osmiles pats your shoulder. Make a move as soon as night falls. Remember to stay out of sight and code for Callias. We'll wait for you to open the gates from inside, but we can't help you until that happens. Good hunting. Not certain if I wanna be doing this, but guess there isn't much options. So, sneak inside Duskwatch and free Callias. Callias being held inside Duskwatch Fort. Find a way to enter undetected and free him. Yuki. Undetected, sneak in. Totally easy. Research artifact is completed. Woohoo! I wonder what we were able to learn there. Probably need to go and talk to him there. But guess I would need to go back to be able to get anything more done. 2 in 1 day. Shouldn't we have to pay? Yeah, there's that one loot that I couldn't take, obviously enough. What am I thinking about? What's this then? Use brute strength to push wall over. I guess that's at least a better place than the other place, but still it seems kinda a lot to just push a wall open. It does look like something that would be able to be better pushed at least than the goddamn wall there, but I think the climb option is probably better when I have enough. But from which side should I go? I guess I can try to also crawl through that or something. 45 subterfuge. Crawl under the hole in the fence to enter into the fort. I guess I'll do that when I have enough of the subterfuge. Sure. That seems like a decent option. I guess I have to be in battle immediately. But on the other hand, this seems to be really close to a place where I was supposed to be in, so... At least that's something. I wanna move out of here. Burn this fool. Do regeneration on yourself then. When you got yourself a little bit wounded.
I got it.
Haha, full speed. Again, I don't remember where the heck I did go, and this is the Tokel party. I guess I can let her do her singings though. I guess I'll also let him do more, but on the other hand, it's all... I would like him to do certain stuff on his own, but some other stuff I wouldn't, so it's a bit problematic when that's the case.
Sounds like that hurt.
Let's try to petrify slash mark you, fella.
Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth.
So you could be easier killed. You on the other hand, I've almost already killed this fellow here, so that's pretty cool. Actually, you could kill also this guy then, considering he's almost dead.
My blood spills.
You could at least automatically attack though. That's something you could do. Well, at the moment at least this is pretty little damage.
Time to lighten my step.
Overall, probably the least we could have at this point. Yeah, sadly. Enemies, enemies. Everyone's enemies. Sorry, Callius and Asher's daughter need to check up on my reserve's rescue mission another time. Huh? Hello. This bound soldier looks to have endured a recent and vicious beating, though most of his bruises have progressed to their later stages. He looks up at you with tired resignation. If you're to kill me, get it over with. Release him. On your feet, soldier. I'm with the disfavored. No sooner do you untie him than he grabs your wrist hard enough to cut off your circulation. I'm not fall for some unbroken trick. You won't get me to talk with the mockery of a rescue. Goliath. Goliath, Barik shakes his head. The Moor man is mad from imprisonment and torture. I've seen it happen, though I've never to a good Northman. Barik should be able to be the one to convince this guy. Well, I say to him, Craven Ashe protects. His eyes widen and he releases you immediately, nodding with gratitude. Craven Ashe protects. I had lost hope that this day would ever come. ... He rubs his wrist and regards you with respect. This fort is still controlled by the Unbroken, and I am in no shape to fight my way out. I take it there are other soldiers outside these walls. If you open the gate from the inside, letting in reinforcements will give us the opportunity we need. I have some questions for you first. We can compare war stories when the Unbroken are all dead. He ushers you out of the stable. Get going before they get wise to the plan. Fine. If I must. Well, at least I freed you. Free Callius. I freed Callius. So I did that part. Probably from here then can... But that's kind of in the middle, so... Not exactly certain what is the best direction to go from. And yeah, Craven Ashe protects. I thought that that's the best way to get his attention. Hey, Specky. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. I hope your week has been well. And everything been well. Welcome, welcome, and good evening to you too. Well, Okay, well, not indeed sure which way to go, but we'll see. Well, might as well kill this guy, I guess, when we are going to be here. Might go from this direction. Or maybe we can avoid detection even. Maybe. Not sure if I should though. If I have to kill them anyways, then I guess we might as well. He's just training there happily. Well. That seems like a wrong
Let's be
thing not
off.
to... Then, well, if we have to fight, then we have to fight.
Will do.
Send them at me in waves!
Shock.
Right.
Knocked me out. How rude. That was the force push.
That attack
I do think
didn't
that is
work.
fitting for Cyrene, though. I do feel that it's fitting. Sure, do a concussive bolt, and you could do the spectral blur on verse maybe.
I will aid you.
And then you can do this lightning.
Take that!
And then some frost.
I got it.
Practice flesh to stone too, I guess. Why not? And then you just sing your stingies. You just love to sing. Wow. Iron helmet on that. Wow. Wow. Amazing.
You didn't see nothing.
Or you can go grab all experience for yourself. Yeah, that's true as well.
Sorry,
but I was
I
thinking that
can't.
should I be just killing them, just capturing this place by on my own? I don't know. I'll at least go little by little, I
got
guess
it.
then. True, I don't need to immediately open the door, but at least I'll make my way into there so that I can open it when I wish to. Think that makes sense well enough to do it that way. Delora. I would have liked to talk to you, but I can't. It's very sad. Well, I need to see another way of doing this in the future. These guys are blind. They truly are. Well, we'll see if I'll survive from this when I come in here kinda riskily, but we'll see, I guess. We shall see. We'll start with this guy. Try to kill it. Not that one, this one. The falsest of bits. And then a little bit of an electric jolt too.
So not happening. You have no hope.
Yeah, you can go there. You should give a mirror image to maybe Barik or...
I will aid you. Are you afraid of death?
Good. And then if you can give this too, would be cool. And unravel the minds of these people if you could. But we'll see how soon you can. You can do the concussive bolt on this guy.
You got it.
Let's see. Can I now do this? Why can't you do it? Unravel the Minds was full AoE. Okay. How far you can do it isn't that far at all, but... Alright, just try to do it there, approximately. Okay, so he has it right. Yeah, well, that's range damage and accuracy lower. Okay, Edict of Storms is doing that sort of a thing. Kinda nice to know. See. Yeah, that's done at least, so that's good. Let's try to get the regeneration as well on. You could restore his health right now at this moment first. You're trying to be killing this guy, Verse, which is okay. You're doing okay, Chop. Not amazing, but okay. Okay, but yeah, that's a nice little, like, immediate heal, and then I have, on the other hand, the regeneration on him, so both are nice. Let's then try to kill this guy to the end. I guess you can try to do this quickly to yourself or something. Okay. Yeah, looks okay as it is. Okay, nice. One more death. Go and shoot an arrow. We could petrify this person too, and you can also concentrate there.
I got it.
Nice, petrified. Very, very nice. Yep. That's pretty cool. Otherwise, I guess you could give shield to Barrick now. I don't know what you even did. Siren, but sure, something. You did something at the very least. Skewer, I guess. Okay, this guy is almost dead at least. Very soon so. Barely injured, barely injured, barely injured. Not too surprising. Do full speed on at least one of those guys, just because why not?
Will do.
And one more is dead. And you can go against this guy. Do a concussive bolt on this guy maybe quickly. And let's see, you could petrify this guy then, I guess. Try to taunt this guy so he doesn't try to go and kill me. That's something I would definitely indeed prefer. I'm not the one that is the strongest. After all, I guess I can heal myself, even though wondering a little bit, should I? Should I? Sure, you can do this here for these guys. Then when you have the opportunity at the very least. Okay, so you did that. You can do a mirror image back on Barrick. Okay, it's going alrighty. Shocking. Very shocking. You can restore his health, I guess. Why not? Feels like a okay idea. And yeah, just... Did I manage? I do think that I did do the petrification before. This time around it didn't just go and actually activate though. Sure, skewer him.
Will do.
And you're just singing happily ever after. Of course. As you do. What spells did you have? You had this and this. Sure. Give yourself that for a change. I could practice my lightning skills a little bit more by giving this, even if it's not that
Let's try that again.
big of a deal at this point, but still. Oh, regeneration, definitely.
A new
And some healing.
I got it.
Nice, nice. Going A-okay. Let's petrify
Damn
this
thing
guy
couldn't
then.
pierce cloth.
Shoot an arrow on this guy who is petrified for the moment and time being, even if this guy is a lot closer to death, but still. Just seems like a nice idea to get a little bit more against that guy. On fire and petrified. Can't even try to get that put out. Yeah, she just sings her mind off. Well, let's do better. Petrification is really quick recharge, actually. That for sure is the case. Yay. Went just fine. without any extra help. No. The supply routes outlined on the map weave in and out of disfigured terrain that was once stalwart. This game demands a lot of safe loading to not leave you feel disappointed even when you support solely Craven Ashe, for example. I think there are a couple of ways you can roleplay it. Gotcha. I can definitely understand that. But yeah, I don't know quite how should I do it sometimes. But yeah, that clearly was the best way to get inside quite quickly to the prisoner and then get to the gate. But yeah, I kind of feel at this point that I might as well clear this out completely first, when I already kind of started anyways. It's already completely free way for this guy to just come and exit from here if he wants to.
They won't see me coming.
But of course he wouldn't wanna do such a thing as of yet. This is of course a little bit more, guys. Sky plates and all sorts. Alrighty. I'll start by... It just feels like it should be nonetheless an attacking spell first. So let's start with that. Force spit this dude as well, and then you can go and do an arrow. And you can get up in just a moment. Yep. You're supposed to be the one to get most of the attacks anyways. Alright. Let's see. Concussive bolt on this.
I will aid you.
Alright. So, and level 7 already for Verse. Not too surprising. And you can get this for Barik. And Serene, you can then come and do the Unravel Mines, but you need to be closer for that. You can start to be heading in here. Certainly enough. Sure. Concussive bolt. Do this.
I got it.
You somehow got stunned completely. There. That's not the best for you, for sure, Reese.
Oh!
I definitely thought that I was trying to take you already into here to paddle as well, but I guess I might have failed with that.
Damn thing couldn't pierce.
Can I not reach the boss? I can from this spot. Guess it failed this time around. Do healing. Not sure exactly where you're going to go do, Siren, but fine.
I've got you now.
Kind of wish that I had one of my AoE damage spells too. For sure is though. This person is completely... I don't know how to get here. To try to battle. Which I can understand, definitely. It's not always the easiest thing to try to get there. Let's just give this to Verse. Just as a security, a little bit for Verse to have something to protect her. I guess we could actually go and do then this one. Because at the moment she's kinda in the middle there. No, not this one. Where is it? This one. Yep. She's in the middle of all the enemies, so I think that's gonna be a fine enough of a choice.
Are we ready for this?
You did give her that already, so just then heal. Are you doing what you should be doing? You can try to kill this guy, maybe. Or this guy. Well, or maybe not that guy either, because he's already goner. Well, at least that finished off those guys very quickly. Very, very quickly. Can I now try to do the petrification? I guess it again missed. How great. Now it's just all the time missing. It didn't used to miss almost at all, and now it's just missing every single time. Heal. Just because you can, and then you could do the... sure, let's do this even though no one has that low health, but at least practice that skill a little bit as well. Fine, and then that guy is dead. Use this again. See if you can practice that. Woohoo! Yep. Dead. Easy peasy. I think you deal with them much easier than with the ghosting is from the old walls. Yep, definitely felt like that. Especially at this point, these guys went down very easily overall, I'd say. Alright, and your guys' level ups. How far am I from a level up? I think well, actually, I'm not that far. It's almost there. 688 from 800. So, not that bad. So, let's see. What shall we take for you? Let's take this a little bit higher. It seems fitting enough for you. For you, on the other hand, let's take more accuracy. I guess that will be nice. Then barracks thing here is a good question. What to do? What to do? Probably in something in the Sentinel. This is probably passive. Yeah, it's kind of nice for a passive thing to just have -1 resolve to all enemies. Movement speed. Twice with his normal strike for a short time. Increases the defensive benefits from shields. That's good. Barracks class of iron bolsters the average strength of his nearby allies, granting them a bonus to armor for a short time. I guess it's fine. That's a passive thing, okay. -5% to all damage taken for 3 seconds. But it's a passive that is all the time emitting to allies, which is cool. But 40% shield effectiveness, I think I'll start with that one though. Seems like a very useful one. Not even sure if I should have taken that back in the day. Probably should have just concentrated on the Sentinel tree, but I'm sure it's fine as it is. So these we could get if we have 6 in here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I would need 1 more in here to be able to get something from the next tire, which could be nice. Sweep at the target's feet, knocking them prone, then following downward with strikes from each weapon. The one thing that I don't know if there's any way, because there's just a party AI's thing, which you can activate or disable. I would like them to do some of the things on their own, because they would just all the time be able to practice their skills that way, if I would do it that way. So it would be very nice in that sense. But I just wouldn't want them to do all the stupid stuff, like going and trying to get mirror image or spectral blur on top of me when I would be further away, as in, for example, Barrick going and leaving a situation where he's engaged with a lot of enemies and so on and forth. So it would be nice if you could have some place, like in Dragon Age Origins, where you can put certain stuff into there that, hey, do this thing in this situation specifically, or in this situation against this type of enemy, or something like that. That would seem a lot better, that I could very well specify what you should do at what time. Yeah, I wish every game had AI rules like in Dragon Age, yeah. I am very used to, of course, doing things like everything on my own in a lot of games. But on the other hand here, especially because I know they all the time just learn stuff if they do them, it's a little bit different. Because I don't have to worry about doing some specific skill or something in Baldur's Gate 2, for example, all the time for them to just learn and gain level ups. Here, it's logical for them to all the time practice, even if it wouldn't be necessary for them to do. I could just indeed put that, okay, Parik, you always do this on yourself when you happen to have a good opportunity or something like that. But of course, especially engagement with the enemies is the most important thing, so him going and starting to try to do it on an ally is the stupidest thing ever. So, yeah, not quite sure what to do with that. Swaps positions. It is kind of cool. After a kill, Verse will strike twice with her attacks for a short time. It's like, I guess, kind of cool. Verse spins the target with feet with an arrow, hopping them so they move more slowly. Loads an arrow drenched in oil and covered flames, sets foes on fire on much longer than burning iron. I guess I could take that just because I do like this burning iron, so it would just make it better. That's also nice. Plus 10 to dodge when only wearing light armor. That's actually really cool for her. Actually, I'll take that then, because the plus 10 to dodge is pretty nice. Yep, because she's wearing just light armor. I want her to be wearing just light armor, because it just fits her. I can see here that it's all light armor, correct? But I'm pretty sure that it was, so yeah. And these are just accessories which do not matter in this case. I use a bow sometimes, but I most of the time don't know. Most of the time I do not use a bow, but I do use it. She always pulls up her bow when I do this. This is the burning iron, the arrow skill, and that is when I use it. Nonetheless, even if I most of the time don't use it, I don't usually swap her weapon so that she would be actually shooting. I could, I do have the bow there, but no, most of the time I dual wield, but I do still use this skill from time to time. So, and I like this. I like to be setting them on fire. After all, there when I was on the opposite side of Parik in here, I set the guy on here on fire at one point with this arrow. So, it says, and it was after all, it said that it is, it replaces the burning iron, so it would replace this skill with that skill, and I do use it quite relatively often nonetheless, in the end. Or somewhat often, I don't know how can I say. Captain Agathon. Would I even go and face off Captain Agathon without the others? Now that's a question. Should I really? Kind of would be tempted to. I would have had to even if I came and just climbed over from there. So in that sense, definitely wouldn't have been able to get past him by any means. I don't know if he would like to talk or not. Probably not, but I'm kind of tempted to see if he would want to talk. So...
Let's be off. Send...
Yep. Doesn't look like he would like to talk. Alrighty. Full speed.
Absolutely.
This is gonna be a tougher battle after all, nonetheless.
If I must.
Definitely enough. Definitely gonna be a tougher battle. Okay. So, mirror image. Just gonna start doing all of these goddamn things slowly but surely. Try to do a concussive bolt.
I've got you now.
At least there's the full speed, even though I got also stunned pretty badly there. Actually, Verse, you go here. You start to engage these goddamn sky blade guys there. Even if we could try to here do something too, and I kind of would be tempted to, but kind of like the idea of going there. Okay, Spectre Blur, Vital Body preferably on him too.
I suppose.
Okay. Attack. Attack them right now. Verse. Hope you the very best. Right. So then next what? At least I have the restorative body on him. I have this and I have this. So those hopefully can help him survive a little bit. Is there anyone even remotely... Well, Captain Agathon himself is the most wounded, so I guess I will concentrate him with everyone else other than Verse. Yeah. Alright.
Will do that.
Wonder what you're planning to do now. I'm not sure if it's the smartest thing for me to specifically be concentrating on him as much, but kind of could be reaching that, but not quite there. So let me just try to get here then and reach this guy. Are you okay, Verse? Okay, I think I managed to at least hit this guy with this, which is nice. Verse probably could come from here and try to attack that guy too, but seems a little bit silly maybe to get there right now. Okay, I guess that's okay, as it happens to be. Seems that it should be even fine even if one would be engaged with Serene. Ow. Can you just attack this guy a little bit? That could be already nice. I kind of would love to do something here, but I don't really have any attacking spells more at the moment anyway, so... Might as well try to concentrate on the captain itself. I guess I can try to do the healing spell. Have to go a little bit closer though, for that. Am I doing it or not?
Will do.
Okay, but that was kind of annoying. I asked that to be done and it didn't happen for a long time. Okay, where's the one which gets you to attack most of them? Mocks a target, removing their ability to parry or dodge will parry credits. Energy taunting all nearby enemies and pulls their into party's armor. Sure. Target that guy then first. Serene, you need to heal basically immediately, so take a potion. Try to be as well as possible, basically. I guess you will attack also against this guy then.
So nice.
And just unravel the minds of these people then as much as possible. Ah, I probably cancelled doing this one because I then decided to try to do that one. It was this one. This one.
I'm gonna be sick.
Okay, almost everyone is taunted though, so that's better. You just need to be concentrating on the enemy that is close to you. Basically.
Could this weapon be any more useless?
Barrick is extremely engaged in this situation though, which is kind of scary. I would really love just this captain to die now that we have engaged as much as we have in there. I think you could use a healing potion. Just
Will
as a
do.
little bit of a security.
I'll tear your skeleton out.
Alright.
Fire axe.
Little bit of extra protection. This is kind of bad though for Serene specifically, this situation here. Even if everyone else would be doing just fine-ish. But this isn't exactly great. Cannot you target this guy so he would also come to you? Yes, you could. Gladly. Serene, try to stay further off if you could, so you would be a little bit more protected. I know that this wasn't the best guy to go against, but on the other hand, the problem is that he was the one that was already kinda wounded, so I thought that maybe I could try to see if I could just kill him, but yeah, I'm not sure if that was the best of ideas.
Yes.
Sometimes I really don't like how she just necessarily feels like she's wanting to go close to an enemy there when it feels like such a stupid thing to do. I think this goddamn captain gonna die soon. This kind of feels that he's
I'm on it.
staying forever alive for no apparent good reason. Okay, I'm gonna set that off because it feels that you're just getting yourself into extremely dangerous situations at the moment, Serene, if you're going anywhere. So... Barrick is taking on a huge amount of enemies and I'm not sure if he can take it all. Actually, let's do this then.
Right.
I've never done it even. Can I really run there? I guess I can't. That's cool. That just felt a little bit stupid. Trying to do that with him and then I can't even get there. I'm nowhere possible to go there, even remotely. Fine, do a strike in iron or something.
Fuck is
Could you just do the healing?
Wrong with my weapon.
Finally, one would be dead. Oof, oof. Amazing.
not a problem, boss.
I don't know if Serene managed to get anywhere. Heal yourself, then goddamn woman. I don't know at all.
If you think it will help.
Yeah, do something. Would be helpful if you did something. Yeah, I gained a level up though. That's at least nice. Okay, both of these guys are relatively injured. That guy's actually near death, so I would really love to just kill one more of them. Try to do a full spit on this guy. He's too close to you anyways.
Such a simple task.
Okay, is that guy dead? Looks like he's dead. So cool, one guy dead. Maybe I could do that to Barrick. They almost all hit instill him, so seems like a reasonable choice. Barrick, you also battle actually there, preferably. Surely I asked you to do something. I'm not certain if I did then.
Bleed out, you.
Well, you may be in indeed quite a bit of trouble then when you're there like that, even if you don't succeed to get him off from her. It'd be nice if you could.
I will aid you.
But yeah, right now, arrow in hand. After all.
Can't do that.
Are you afraid of death?
Hehe, petrified. Couldn't kill Siren though. She does have that good protection on herself. Sure, fine. You can do your own things now. Now it seems a little bit safer situation, so sure. I guess I can give this to you. Have something useful.
You got it.
You can attack the one that is close to you now. I think we survived through that, Troubles.
Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth.
Yes, yes, your weapons aren't the best. In this situation though, also might be good that I had the piercing arrows or something, so she could very well use that to her advantage. Sure, go attack. Do this again for Barry.
Bleed out, you little shit.
That's just a nice thing to say,
Will do.
Verse. Very nice little thing to say. Shock.
Will do.
Alright. And guess you could do this again, and you could do this for yourself so you can maybe barely someday get yourself some skills with lore and magic. Sure. On the other hand, let's just try to get the arrow off into this guy first.
No dice.
Nice, nice arrow. Do a spectral blur on yourself, that's fine. Somehow we have seemed to all survive from this battle.
On it.
Guess there's not much sense to paralyze this guy now or petrify this guy considering the situation. And then you can practice that.
I got it.
You can come and practice this skill.
Dodging is so unfair.
Yeah, dodging is usually very unfair. They shouldn't
Well,
do
that
such a
did
thing.
nothing. Except tick them off.
Now suddenly very interested in Serene for some reason. You shouldn't do such things though.
I will aid you.
Will do.
In a false bit. Let's heal us a little bit. You're the only one alive from
That was
all of us.
beneath me.
So, or all of you guys, so I don't think you are very well off. Yay, I did
This
the
isn't working.
petrification. Yay. Sure, do this still. Why not? It's kind of maybe ironic that I'm using Barik as an electric conduit, in a sense, because I'm putting him in the electric armor, and this electric storm, or storms, edict, was the one that put him into this armor. But, right. Boss is a like fight. We are in a bit of a trouble. All of them still alive. Level up makes it all worth it now. Yeah, that was
don't think
definitely
so.
nice to get the level up. And got a lot of skills, I'd say. Lots and lots and lots of skills.
Yes.
Thank you for the chi-chis. I would assume indeed that there's not too much more that would be in here as enemies, because that seemed pretty big battle. Maybe inside some tent or something, but probably not. I wouldn't think so. Didn't I spend a talent point with her? I thought I did. I have. It's just probably me and Serene. What do I shall take for you? I guess I could take accuracy, considering I like to try to do that petrification, which really doesn't have good accuracy, so I think that's a good one. Now this will be a difficult choice. I guess I'll choose rather for you first. Okay. Ah, you needed a level 7 for that. A song that terrorizes enemies with notes that conjure horrifying visions of the Bane. Oh. Alright. What else would I like you to have? Arcane damage. Take arcane damage and are interrupted. I do like the idea of being able to interrupt enemies. Non-threatening appearance. Let's do that. I think that's a good one for her to be able to get away easier. So that seems like a logical one for her on the other hand. And in here... I guess I could take this more. Sure. You can be very resolved individual. And then for me in here, I was simply thinking that I might go for the leadership soon. I tried to have a little bit of peek to have some idea what I might like to be going for in the future in here. And this thing especially seems like such a nice thing. Grant additional spell slots to everyone in the party. Since just +2 party spell slots, as in I myself would get +2 and everyone else would get +2. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. So that is definitely something I would love to be working towards. But on the other hand, I am kind of wondering if I should take something a little bit more in the magic skill tree nonetheless. Because this especially does still intrigue me. Would require 6, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Grant your energy shield ability a chance to reflect a traditional human spells back to their casters, which is okay. I do think that this is already good enough as it is, but on the other hand, that does seem very cool. This does seem cool. I think the first thing from here to choose isn't quite that important. Yeah, this is definitely not it. I guess this would be it, as in potion effectiveness would be better and more quick slots. Not that I need the quick slots that much, but just generally speaking, potion effectiveness, if we really need healing, that seems cool enough. So if I would be taking something from the leadership, that's probably it. Because I don't often go close enough to enemies that I would be marking them with my trust, even though it would otherwise be cool. Yeah, +2 spells sounds awesome, played as mage myself too. Yeah, it sounds amazing, and sure, it's a little bit further away in the leadership tree, but yeah, that just sounds really good. And to be honest, it only requires 2 talent points spent in leadership tree. It's quite cheap in all honesty. I need to spend 1 here, and then we already can get something from here. So really, it's not even that expensive to get this one. And there are some good ones otherwise too. Removes harmful effects from you and each ally every few seconds. Doesn't sound bad. Of course, it's something that I have to activate, but it doesn't sound bad. It sounds like a cool enough of a thing. This is probably something I wouldn't take, as in add defensive bonus to you and nearby allies members when the trust ability is used. It would be cool if I would be something else than a mage. Will of Command. Use your commanding will to inspire allies, boosting the damage of you and your party for a short time. It's okay too. I would either take this or this, or the second one. And then in here, indeed, just this is definitely the first one I would take. And then there are some other stuff. This one, for example, would be pretty nice. Allied AoE health, that much more. Pretty cool. But yeah, I guess I'll take this first. We can go back for the shield, and the spell reflect later. So, yeah, I think I'll go here. This isn't that important, but it's okay, as it is. Can have a little bit leadership abilities. I should have some leadership anyways as a Fatefinder, I'd say. But
Right.
yep, that is especially the one that I'm just a little bit too tempted to get to. Yay. Small piles of rust have built up on the barrels and crates. There's more stuff for the takings. Well, I think we can go and open the gate, shall we? I wonder what they will say when there's no enemies left at all. All are dead. Probably nothing special, but we'll see. We shall see. Maybe they are angry about that. But it was a fun battle. Open. Good word, Fatebinder. Let's check on Callias.
I got it.
I guess that's all then, because he knows already that there's no enemies or something. Who knows? Callias, Osmouse greets the former prisoner with open arms. Craven Ajay told us to seek you out. He shows you great favor. Barik, Callias squints up at your companion. I hardly recognized you under there. I would say your sight for so eyes, but you are... well, you look terrible. You mean he doesn't always resemble a walking bucket of offal, feces and rust? Call me surprised. Glad to see you in one piece, Callias. The soldier winces as he tries to stand tall. I'm relieved to see my countrymen again, but give me a moment. I'm still weak from my wounds. Ajay protects has kept me alive, but these unbroken can be relentless when they want something. He looks up. Glad to see you alive, soldier. I don't think I got your name earlier. I am Kide, a Fatebinder of Tunon. Hail. Hail, a Fatebinder so far from court. He turns to Osmias with a questioning glance. Never considered myself important enough to have Tunon's attention, but I've also been cut off for the last year and change. Seems like the war hasn't improved in my absence. Are you well enough to talk? You are good to ask. This reprieve from the interrogations helps. My wounds are closing with Ajay's protection. Though I wish it helped my memory. Some things you can't forget and be as deeper than arrows. Why did the Unbroken need you? I was a contingency plan. Contingency plan? Nothing more. The Unbroken were just keeping me alive because of my warmer charge. I'm just a stone shield, but I was bound to serve Craven Ajay's daughter, Emilia. His voice falters. It was my pride to fight at her side, and my great shame when Strider's Herodin's forces overpowered and captured our unit. The old region may be 10 times as stubborn as his people, but he lacks none of their might. Get to the truth, like he wouldn't be telling the truth yet. Seems a bit weird. So Ajay's daughter survived the storms. Amelia didn't die on the field that day. We were both taken prisoners, but I was moved here and made to suffer. The edict hit shortly after, and I assume timed any effort to recover us. If Striders isn't a fool, then he's keeping her alive as a hostage for some future negotiation ploy. By Kairos, this confirms everything my legion fought for. She survived capture. That means there's a chance. I have it from Ashes personally that he's felt a connection to his daughter. He frowns. In fact, it's grown stronger for some reason. You have your orders, Fatebinder. The general demands that we take Sentinel stand, recover Amelia, and put an end to these storms at last. How do the Unbroken intend to get inside Sentinel stand? Did you overhear them? I overheard a lot from my pen. Even saw the Unbroken leader, Matthias, a few weeks past. Matthias had the others convinced that some old stalwart artifact would help resist Kairos' storms. He planned on using it to let the Unbroken pass the wind wall and enter Sentinel stand. He frowns. Artifacts are a strange business, but the Unbroken dedicated enough resources to the task of finding one that I would take it to heart. Tell me about artifacts. Artifacts are items of great power. They could be anything: a cloak, pin, a pair of shoes, a fancy comb. Many of them resemble ordinary objects you might carry or wear, but they can do remarkable things. I've heard tell of artifacts that could open doors, melt flesh, or set full camps ablaze with nothing more than a simple gesture. It's not beyond reason that an artifact could shield someone from the worst of these storms. Just tell me where Matthias sent his forces then, and I'll be on my way. He dispatched a large number of soldiers to Rust Canyons. He wouldn't have depleted Duskwatch of its defenders unless he believed in what he was doing. That's the best news I've heard in some time. There are plenty of disfavored operating in the area around Rust Canyons, and it's only a matter of time before they overwhelm our enemies. He nods to you. Report to Craven Asher in Ironheart and tell him of the situation. He will need to know what is happening here. Both sides make for Sentinel stand, but one of our comrades is in the area already. He can hold the line while you speak with Ash. Alright, I would need to go and talk to Ash in this case. Fine enough. This favorite can just relax, they didn't need to do a damn thing here. Why not saluting him? I don't know, it felt like the salute is more for this favorite.
Can't do that.
Originally I did wanna make, say the Craven Ash protect, because I knew that that would get to him. So that was the main reason I did it. It's not like after all, Craven Asher is nonetheless a loyal servant or something, but I guess we can at least go and start traveling backwards. I am kind of tempted to also go and check on the artifact that we have now. So, I don't know, should we actually go from here quickly and check on the artifact that we were getting, or what do you guys think? I would like to see what that means when we were researching an artifact. Do we get a location of artifact? What does it mean? What does researching artifacts mean? So, even though I was coming here now, suddenly feeling, I would like to really go there, to be honest. Alright. I think I'll go and when we anyways had to come here back, why not just go there all the way and then we'll come back here. If they can hold long enough for me to visit here, then I'm sure they can hold long enough for me to go and get my artifact plans or whatever it is for. Whatever it is. Yay, Myotis has sent me a missive. Salutations, Kide. It is difficult to separate a fact from superstition when it comes to edicts, as it seems only Kairos knows how it all works. The rest of us are left to live in fear and ponder it all. Kairos' edicts are a sort of magic above and beyond even the Archons. I dare say the edicts are stronger than Kairos as there's no evidence Kairos can willingly stop an edict once set into motion. Which is in part why Kairos' edicts seem to have an until or unless clause in their wording. Makes sense? I know the edict, as powerful as it is, requires a human voice to complete the casting. Thus the Overlord has people like you proclaiming edicts cast far from the Imperial throne. The magic is Kairos' magic, but the human voice is the final carrier or trigger to complete the magic phenomena. And here's what's most fascinating. At least as far as you're concerned, there have been dozens of mortal agents who have been made to proclaim edicts. 2/3 of them die within a decade, and many gave reports of lingering mystic scars from the ordeal. And there have also been a handful to resolve or break an edict. These until or unless clauses get fulfilled from time to time, and we see a similar pattern in history. Those who resolve an edict often live short lives, and many speak of arcane side effects of the shattered edicts. Here's where you're unique. To the best of my fact-finding, you are the first to proclaim and break the exact same edict. Whatever mystical power is involved in the creation and destruction of such magics, you are the first to stand at the terminus of both. Now that I know the spires can be awoken, it makes sense that if anything can or would wake them from slumber, a shattered edict seems the likely culprit. Kairos has other edicts in place throughout the tiers. If you truly wish to learn more, perhaps you should take it upon yourself to shatter those edicts. That's what I was thinking of doing and trying to do. After all, if Kairos did not wish for the edicts to be broken, why include the termination clause? Myotis. I just don't remember what would have been the cause for the burning library to stop burning. I don't remember there having been anything. And always check all the spires, I'd say. Someone might get you the resources, lore scrolls, etc. That's true too, yeah. That is true. Ask about the spires then next. Okay. Dear Myrtis, it seems wise to know one's own domain, and seeing as I'm now the master of the mountain spire, I ought to learn all that I can. If you would share with me what you know of the spires, I would be in your debt. I'll start with what I know and have observed so far. The mountain spire seems to awaken at about the same instant that Kairos' edict of execution was put to rest. There was a burst of arcane energy that drowned out my senses, and I awoke at the summit of the spire in what seems to be just a few heartbeats of time. Atop the spire in an old sculpture of swords is an old sculpture of swords. Can I talk? Atop the spire is an old sculpture of swords, and it seems to be the core of the spire's mystic energy. I've been seeing visions and receiving a sensation from the sculpture. It seems odd to describe it as talking to me, but that seems to be the closest analogy. Am I the first to report such things? There are other spires elsewhere in the world, correct? Kida. Yay. But alright, let's just get out of here then first. It's not your time yet. This, I would assume, is a faster way than traveling all the way into here. This is 2 days, 5 hours. And what about this place? 2 days, 5 hours. Basically the same distance, actually. I'll just go here then first, why not? I guess I even use the other place to travel here. That might be the case, but I do want to visit there first. Yeah, I automatically use that. Well, that's good to know. That I just do that automatically. Just teleport there. Burning until all knowledge is destroyed, maybe. Yeah, that might be it, but I would like to get that knowledge from there after all. I think that there would be a lot of interesting knowledge, so... But yeah, that's a... Why would I even be interested in getting there after all, if... Well, if all the knowledge that was there has been destroyed, but okay. About the spires. Greetings, Kide. You're correct, there are spires all across Terratus. The exact distribution of these monuments fuels all sorts of debate and speculation, but two facts seem commonplace. Most spires are built near old walls. Your mountain spire is a notable exception, and nearly every culture that predates Kairos has some local myth to explain the builders of these spires. I believe the Tiesmen cite the older realms as their local name for the spire old walls architects, but nobody knows for sure. And of course, where Kairos has brought a proper civilization, the origin of the spires simply isn't discussed in good company. ... Here's what I think you need to know. ... First, the spires behave as arcane lodestones. There is a constant field of magical strength around the spire. If you imagine a mystic sea resting atop our world, the spires seem to spin and churn this magic. Creating a spell cast with even modest effort will materialize with powerful results. Second, I'd say most tellingly Kairos has laws against entering the old walls, but there are no laws against the spires. Interesting. You could infer from this that means Kairos has no issue with the lay folks messing with the spires, but wishes to keep us safe from the old walls. Or you could think like an overlord and know that if you place a rule against something, you make it forbidden and desirable. Now I find it telling that Kairos forbids the hallways that lead to the spires, but does not paint the target on the spires themselves. That is interesting. Last but not least, as a young fatebinder, I once had to oversee the case of a man who has built a shrine to Kairos around the base of a spire in the far southeast. I could find no evidence of falsity or slander. His shrine was the most reverent and loving tribune I have ever seen. At one point, though, this man claimed he had evidence that Kairos was here back in negative 50. He had merely uttered those words, and my senior binder swung the axe then and there. Being the new girl at the court, I said nothing. But I have long wondered why such a comment should require death instead of the traditional removal of the tongue. Faint binder Myrtis. This man claimed he had evidence that Kairos was here back in the negative 50. As in, that would have been in that location. Okay. Well, what it would be your advice? Dear Myrtis, I appreciate the information. Thank you for sharing. Knowing what you know of my situation, what would you do? Kide. Well, let's ask about the artifact. Where is the beast woman? Ah, there. Well, not gonna talk to her immediately. What is your status on our research? I'm happy to say I've made great progress. He beams at you and exhales a welcoming breath. Allow me to show you my findings. Okay. Scrolls and plans for a Deathbringer. The sages at your library combed through ancient scrolls searching for hints of items of power. They found a few fragments that mentioned a weapon wielded by an archon of old that brought death to all her enemies. This ancient weapon was known only as Deathbringer. Your sages believe that with the right sigil inscribed while watching, you can recreate the Deathbringer. Proper materials and watch upgrade on a spire. But I don't think I have a spire that could do such a thing. So that would be a different location. This place has, after all, this library, and then I have lots of people that I can just get here. So that place is somewhere else. Somewhere very different. And this just has the mysterious device. But, and then a lot of trainers again that could be hired into there. Smith who regularly produces weapons. I assume it doesn't mean that. Food to take into battle. With the ability to change what skills you are proficient in. Well, not that important. But yeah, I assume this is just regular weapons, right? I assume as much at the very least. Okay,
I got it.
Let's check if people had something like scrolls or something to me. What have you made for me? Okay, I guess I should talk what he says. Did you know there are 7 ways to fight fire, but only 2 for water? Could it be that fire has some more meaning in our era? Oh, my apologies, Faintfinder. I can be taken for a ride by all my trails of thoughts. I'm not sure if I read that, so just wanted to have at least a quick peek. I don't have anything for you at the moment. Aww. Well, that's just not fun. Yep, I think you need a new spire. That's what I would assume. And yeah, you want to break the will of Kairos. Yes, totally. That's exactly what I want. Yeah, some practice from this fellow, which I thought indeed would be the case.
Sorry, I can't.
Then Philia, I guess I would like to train a little bit more of this. I have the money, so I can train it a little bit extra. Let's go to 55 in here. I love lore, so I love to train it. That's the one thing that I like to train. My skill is 996 though. I did use a lot of it, I guess, so I guess it makes sense that it would have improved quite a bit. That would be too good. That's too much too. I can have the range sigil. I guess I'll have the range sigil. You can be upgraded quite a bit on the other hand. What's this then? That's also marked affliction. That would be cool, but... Maybe that's just, I'll get it a little bit faster. I do run out of it from time to time. Well, at least the Flesh to Stone is as good as I can possibly have it for the moment and time being. And then... I don't know if I want any of those yet necessarily. Good, I guess, but not sure. Area effect, range, accuracy. Can this miss? I guess I can upgrade the accuracy a little bit more. And then this one. Ah, well, then I can get a little bit further away again. I don't know if I need this one, to be honest, because it doesn't feel that I'll ever use this spell. Not efficiently, at least at this moment. Was there something else in here that would be really cool? I guess that gives a lot of damage. Maybe I'll just give something else that I really like. Maybe I should go also for this normal little healing touch, but this is very much indeed a good healing. It's a lot of health back. So it's definitely a possibility that I should take something like that. I already have those two anyways, so in that sense. Or I could try to go for this or something. The Icicle Storm, though, that I could actually have something that would be a damage for a lot of people. That could be nice. Though, it might be difficult to use, but I did like the Icicle Storm, so... It's true. I did. I do. Radius would increase. That I couldn't have. I guess these things I could take instead. Is there any good picture for this? I don't know if this is a really good picture. I think I know it better from this at this point. Though... Do +4 lore training. You can't leave it at 96. Can't I? Are you sure? Fine. I guess I can't. I just don't exactly know how... Is it that it increases 1 finally when I get all the way into there? Or how does it exactly increase? No, now I have 102 at least, according to that. So now I have even a little bit more. Didn't quite get the level up, but quite close. Well, it's not on that level anymore, so be happy. Be merry. What was it that I was thinking? Intensity would be the best, but that would mean need 105 then. Well, I guess accuracy is fine too. Let's do that then. Lore Master achievement unlocked. Wow. I'm the Lore Master. Woohoo. I think those are pretty good. That's fine. But that would be too much to get. Nah. Nothing that could be good enough for that. 95. Unless I don't have that and I would have that, but that wouldn't be possible anyway, so. Then this regeneration. This was definitely helpful there, this regeneration though. Duration, so that it would last even a little bit longer. That could be nice. That I don't think will be that useful. Of course, that it just heals a little bit more even would be of course nice too. I think I'll take the duration. That seems the best to me. Ah, 102. Now need another 3. Well, that's a problem. It goes and gets increased in kind of weird ways sometimes. Rank's trainable this level. What is it now then? And I don't know if it's 102 because I do get the bonus, but 103. So is it now then? Is it now good? But now I get a level up, which is kind of weird way to get the level up, but I guess it's fine. Yeah, now it would be 105. Is that fine then? Level 8. Yes, indeed, it would be level 8. Let's take one into here. I haven't increased this for a while, so let's have 40% spell strength for a change. Okay, well then I would be able to get one from here, not this one, which is totally fine. I didn't want it anyways. But which one of these would be better? Removes a random hostile effect. Or plus 15% to damage for 30 seconds. Both of them are 30 seconds, right? No, 12. Emitting allied for 12 seconds. Hello, Tayunta. Welcome to stream for you. You're coming here really late. I can't be playing that much longer anyway, so really late arrival from Tayunta. But hey, welcome to stream. I hope you've had a good week. Hope you've had a good week. Now we can train another plus 10. It's more and more and more. But at least it isn't that costly, to be honest. I hope your week indeed has been a good one. What you been up to? How you here so late? A little late tonight, just a little bit. I guess I would like to take this. Suddenly cough. I'm sorry. Just 5 meters though, the radius. I guess this, but I don't know if I'll use it in a good situation well. But I guess I can take it nonetheless, but yeah. Then need definitely the Arbiter of Knowledge. Next. Woohoo! Actually taking some things in there. Yay! Well. Yes, the level up bonus is still... I won't at least go and talk to her at this moment. That would take way too long if I even went and did that right now. Gonna talk to even this person. Just would take way too long of a time. I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that I could at least plausibly sell, but my god, this is a mess to look through. Bronze hammer, power shield, ardent bronze, bronze javelin, bronze daggers, all away, away with thee. Bronze dagger, bronze mace. That. Oh, what about armors? Way too much stuff here. Would need to really... I do kind of in that sense have to say that it doesn't feel that it has been that necessary for me to worry about too much of my armor. After all, I'm mostly still wearing the Tunon's outfit, the starting outfit. So, yeah. But yeah, so close to the +2 spells. I'm really happy about that one. Had to get some stuff done and got caught up chatting with friends. I'm doing okay. We've done a decent progress with being serving the great tyrant overlord Kairos today, so everything's been pretty good, I'd say, in the end. Oh yeah, and all this goddamn other stuff that I can sell. Yay. Alright. Sell those all at least. I could buy myself a really superior weapon or something. Maybe. Possibly. Plausibly. Swig of Insight. I wonder what would be the thing in here which would be the most interesting. Some other people sold stuff too. I don't see the one for fire in here. Or am I blind? Which is very likely. Magical accent which adds a large interrupt effect as well. That's actually, I do like that too. Was this right? But that's 70. I can't afford to go and buy something that expensive. That's just not a possibility. Rather something like that, but still, this is just so expensive. How could I go and get something like that? It's just impossible. Who could use that much money for something like that? Just gonna save it. I can't go and get that. Okay, research me something. What's this then? What is an item? Research an artifact. New artifact. That's new artifacts forevermore. Let's go to the other spire then. I think resting on top of the spire with library can boost lore too as a temporary effect. I know pillars have that feature, don't remember here. Might be. But yeah, doing okay, Tayunta. At the very least. Okay. Okay, let me check who had what. You were just a person that sold stuff. Yes, sir, is. Fatebinder shield? Wow. Fatebinder Tunon's armors. Well, I guess these would be the ones that I should buy if I would buy something for myself, I guess, in a sense, because they are my armors. But they are just better. They are kinda expensive though. Superior. Plus 2% deflection. Incredible. But yeah, that's letter then. But yeah, definitely would be cloth if I would buy something. I don't know, should I not? That's the problem. But these at least make some sense. I wouldn't take the clothes because I am using the special stuff now. The reputation item, Binding of Shadows, just because, why not? Maybe I could take shoes. I'm still using my old shoes. So... You went very picking. Wow. Lingom berries, wow. Well, I hope you had fun picking up some berries. Sateen tenho. Should I waste money for something like this? I don't know. You have Sigil of Phasing. This scroll contains a magical asset which causes Terratus or illusion spells to leave a target in stasis. Interesting. What's this? This scroll contains a magical expression which is used in spells to generate an aura around the target. Sure, I'll buy that. That's at least somewhat cheap. Magical accent which reduces the damage the target takes while using armor spells. Oh, yeah. Sure, I can take that one too. Only these ones though, not something ridiculously expensive. Let's see. So this one, minus 15% critical hit damage taken for. Yeah, I guess that's cool. But I can't quite afford it. I guess I really would need to go and get... But on the other hand, I guess I don't need to have this thing. This sounds a lot more cooler for sure, Reese. What was the other thing that I got? That would make it even more. For these, something special. Ooh, something new for these. Expression used to create spells that generate an aura. Allied AoE, plus 4% health. Surround the target with an aura of healing energy. Allies within the field recover health over time. That's interesting enough. Healing aura for a certain area. Emitting allied for 30 seconds, so it emits healing. What if I did this? Unsettled core. What is this then? Generates an aura of swirling rocks around the target that continually deal crush damage to enemies. Interesting. Swirling rocks around the target that continually deals crush damage to enemies. This can't use it. This can. Guidance, plus 10% to hit precision, plus 20% to grace precision. Create an aura around the target that inspires valor. Allies near the aura receive a bonus to grace and hit precisions. Guidance. Sounds cool enough. Something here too. Fate and Stance. Immunity to prone for 3 seconds. Oh, that's not too bad. Generates an aura around the target that prevents allies from being knocked prone. Not bad. It's nice to be able to stop such a thing from happening. Wouldn't be bad at all. Sounds cool. One needs another +3. Come on. Yeah. Swirling rocks around barracks sound awesome. I think that's exactly how I used it. Yep, it sounds cool. Lingonberissa. But yeah, there is a lot of these different spell accents and everything that are so cool. I'd like to get so many more. But it's just, I need to have money still.
Will
Enough
do.
at least. Piss off. Oh, it's you, Fate Binder. I'm so glad to witness your safe return. I swear it. You had done a lot of these different sort of things. Yeah. Barbed fur mantle with thorns. I thought that I had someone in here. What's this then? This fire pit burns in embers that give off an ethereal glow. Looking into the flames, you feel you can see glimpses of distorted faces. Yeah, burning library. Does this take me just into the menu itself? You feel as if your reach has broadened. You can feel the push and pull of your influence growing throughout the tiers. And yeah, there's actually these both marked into here now. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 at least more spires that is connected into this place. So overall 10. If you concentrate, it would appear you can begin the trance that showed you glimpses of the previous spire. But is it just the same thing that happened before, or is it something more? Is it some other spire? That's my biggest question. If it's just the same exact spire, then this isn't really useful for me. But if it would be a new spire because I got the previous one, then that could be... I don't know, I'll see if it does anything new or if it's just exactly the same. From high above you see the mystic currents moving about Teratos, billowing clouds of every color that churn around the realm. Even from this faraway vantage point, the cyclones and currents of magic fill you with dread and foreboding. I'm not sure if this is new or not, but yeah, once more you touch the sculpture, once more your mind is flooded with sensation. This time of your senses leaving your body and floating up, higher even than the mountain spire until all the Teratos beneath your feet. Send your senses towards the mystic currents. As you near the mystic currents, you hear incoherent voices, commands, proclamations, the stuff of edicts. All across Teratos, the edicts of Kairos, some centuries old, still live on. Their arcane signatures bright as their midday sun, seemingly stronger than the day they were proclaimed. As your senses float away from the arcane turbulence, you are struck by the fact that land untouched by edicts appear to be in the minority. Even lands long ago conquered by Kairos are still haunted by edicts. Whether because they still linger from the olden days of conquest, or if they were cast more recently to suppress the rebellion, your senses cannot glean. So those have actually been... This is definitely new, we didn't get this before. So, very different. Some extra information that almost all the land is actually being covered at some point or another in all these powerful magics as in edicts. So that's definitely different. Send your senses towards the mystic currents. As you near the mystic currents, you hear inquiet voices. Yeah. There was something else too, right? Okay, so now there's nothing at the moment. So then probably more, if I have more of these locations, then there will be something different. Maybe I should try to go and check if I can indeed go and sleep in this location then. So. Spire rest bonus, +5 lore, +5 to all magic skills and +5 all skills. Yeah, cool. We have a nice little spire rest bonus as we rested upon this location. Fine, teach me some more of the goddamn lore. Okay, is that good enough? I wonder. Okay, 120 lore overall now. That's a lot of lore, I gotta say. A lot of lore. Okay, what the heck am I going to even do with all this lore? Well, I could have that. But would it be the best? I don't think so. I think I would rather have this one. This one I might still consider removing and using something else instead. Sure, intensity. I don't want to remove these certain old spells that I used already because they just feel cool to have them nonetheless. Sure, we can have that in that. That seems cool. This had everything possible already. This one, on the other hand, could have something more. More shock damage, more of the critical hit damage taken less. I guess I could do both of those. That sounds nice. And then you... I guess I can do the area effect, because why not? Doesn't really matter too much. Even more of that, maybe. Sure. And then this one, I already increased with that, so that's okay, but then I could choose something else. And yeah, more lore. Favorite parts of the game, raising the lore and updating the spells. Yeah, I love spells in this game. That's the best part, definitely, the spells. I don't know what spell would I prefer to have though. Because there is a lot of cool ones that I could use. Eesh. I just, on the other hand, when you said that you use this, I kind of feel, should I use the same one? Besides, I already have him in an electric thing, so I'm feeling that, should I have this too? It feels kind of a lot. Stone Spike, Gift of the Golem. That's that one. That's false bit. Unravel Minds is cool, but I already have that with her, which is cool, though, of course, to have. Nah. Unless I want to have some, try this out, because I don't have yet this, well, anyways, having 3 healing spells isn't bad, though I would kind of like to have one aggressive spell. One more aggressive spell, preferably. What am I doing? That's the haste. Reduces recovery. That sounds nice. This way it would be an AoE. Very smallish range. Allied AoE. Move speed and recovery time. Both would be increased. Range would be higher. I guess I could try this. I tried a little bit of the haste before. I do like the idea of having less recovery time for skills, especially for herself. So maybe. I could try that out again. I tried it shortly previously. I think then we will almost be ending for today. Because yeah, we've been playing long enough and I need to go to sleep too someday. But let's just travel already into here. And then we can read the message again, because I'm sure we're getting the advice. And apparently some sort of encounter. Inventory as well. After a few hours of difficult travel through an area with dense undergrowth, you happen upon a small stream where you can refill your water skins and wash the sweat from your brow. Nearby you spot a large copse of narrow trees. Large copse of narrow trees with leaf-bearing vines coiling around their trunks. As the vines snake upward, dozens of thin yellowish green stems spring forward along the plant's cane. Some of them stiff and upright, others drooping downward like long hairs. At the end of these stems, an explosion of bright orange berries radiates outward, ripe and abundant. To your eye, they appear to be bristleberries. They're very distinctive fruit, nutritious and energizing. They also, unfortunately, exceedingly similar in appearance to bristlebane, a berry that is tolerated by beastmen animals but rather toxic to humans. Oh. And you wanted to speak with Beast Woman. Yeah, I want to at some point, but I didn't say that I want it today, because it would be too much. I think I'll try to solve this area through, and then I'll talk to the Beast Woman when we go back. Because I definitely didn't want to do it tonight, and I kind of want to be concentrating into this area first, and then do that, if possible. But maybe I should have gone and talked first to the Beast Woman, but anyways, I wouldn't want to be changing the group yet, so... Rub the berry bits against your skin. Just eat the berries. Examine the vine's leaves. The leaves extending from the main vine are bright green and lobed, with edges resembling undulating hills. This matches an old saying you recall about the berries. Leaves like hills, safe from chills. Leaves like rain, unending pain. So if they are like rain, it's going to be painful, but if they are like hills, they are safe from the chills. But they're supposed to be like hills. Bright green and lobed with edges resembling undulating hills. This matches an old saying you recall, that leaves like hills safe from chills. Okay. I can still check the berries themselves too. The berries appear to be safe. Clusters together in tight triplets, the berries vary from bright orange to a yellowish-orange color. The size of each individual fruit differs slightly between bristleberry and bristlebane, but it's very, very difficult to determine without the two side by side. 「 Clusters together in tight triplets, the berries vary from bright orange to a yellowish-orange color. The size of each individual fruit differs slightly between bristleberry and bristleberry, but it's very, very difficult to determine without the two side by side. Oh, sure, let's eat. It's supposed to be heals safe. You adopt a cautious approach, filling your pouches with berries while eating only a single cluster. The fruit is sweet and tart, surprisingly juicy for its size, and the thought of immediately eating another handful is tantalizing. But you restrain yourself. With a stream as your guide, you cut follow the dense forest and eventually reach the main road with little difficulty. The rush of sugar and euphoria puts a spring in your step. Certain you spotted your edible berry from the toxic, you tear into your pouches and devour the berries, invigorated by every bite. Satisfied, you bound down the road, revitalized for the journey to come. Ah. Invigorated. Heals 2% max health every 3 seconds. Wow. 2% of the max health every 3 seconds. And then minus 20 overall to recovery time. Huh, that's cool. That's very cool. Huh. Well, that's nice. I wonder, is that until we next time rest? Or not? That is something I want to see. That is something I want to see. Let me see. Yeah, until next rest. That's cool. Very nice little bonus. Okay. Missive. What is your advice? Dear Kide, based on what you've told me, it seems a stretch to believe these events are mere coincidence or circumstance. Kyrus' edict of execution was a setup for someone to claim Ascension Hall. To think that Kyrus did not know what would happen is a massive underestimation of the Overlord's long view. You have been thrust into the arena of the mighty. Your options are retreat into obscurity, suicide, or rise into the occasion. I success the third option. Wow, you wouldn't say. If I were you, I would use my connection to the spires to see if they will all awaken to my presence. Every cheersman sees the spires in the horizon. If they know you are the master of the spires, they will see you each time they look to the sunrise or sunset. Foster a reputation for power. Make others fear you. This is what I've seen Kyrus and every living Archon do for as long as I've lived, and there's a reason for this. And there's the practical case that power and a reputation insulate you from threats. But there's the lesser known element that I can't prove but I know in my heart to be true. The fear and love of others will strengthen your magic. The fear and love of others will strengthen your magic, so that's behind Kyrus' power too, after all. This last part I've inferred from my discussions with Blade and Mark. In the few times he has spoken of his gruesome work of slaying those whom I tries to threaten the Overlord, he has hinted that it's easier to kill the rogue elements before they become famed and fearsome. In my lifetime I saw craven ash change from an unknown militiaman to a fearsome general, and I can assure you he did not have the power to shield his warriors in those days when he was without title or reputation. The Archons will never ever discuss the origins of their power, because such knowledge might be used against them. But I have known all the Archons to be obsessed with the presentation of power. ... Your connection to the spires will all but guarantee the Archons will want to control and destroy you. It's a question of when, not if. Start thinking and acting like an Archon. As far as I'm concerned, you are an Archon. The Archon of the Spires. We are quick to place labels on powers we easily spot, and history is replete with Archons of fire and ice. It is foolish to think that there must be a word for a thing before an Archon can control it. Other way around, the Archons show us what is possible, and we must step to their dance. Myotis. A mystery for the next time, yeah? Probably till rest, everything till rest. We are an Archon already, yeah, at least according to her. And kinda makes sense, at the very least, if we're not Archon yet. We are Archon in the making, for certainty. inquire about Blade and Mark's killings, I would be extremely interested. Dear Myrtis, your wisdom on the matter is greatly appreciated. You made mention of Blade and Mark and his killings. During my training, Fatebinder Callio hinted that much of Blade and Mark's work involves killing off threats before they blossom into genuine problems. So it's curious to hear you second that fact. So let's say, for the sake of the argument, I am Samarkon. Is it just a matter of time until Blade and Mark is sent to kill me? Should I be making grand displays of loyalty to the core to assuage his suspicions? It's kind of an interesting question, but sure, I'll send that one.
Will do.
That is very nice, though, to be able to discuss lengthily with her about these very different matters. I definitely have been enjoying doing that. Okay, but that is enough for today. We traveled a lot, we talked, we all sort of things we did, I'd say. So, still pretty nice things. And now I'm actually higher level than the others, but basically only because I trained myself. And I didn't train anyone else. I kind of feel a little bit guilty about that, but oh well. Should I have trained the others? I don't know. It's still nicest to be the highest level rather than someone else being. But okay. So, thank you for watching here in the Twitch streams and later on in YouTube as well. I hope you all enjoyed some more Tyranny. And I'll see you for more next Friday then. And of course, Yakuza on Sunday. Short and sweet. Yes, I know that you just came so late. Especially raising the lower part. That's the main important thing. But okay. You're welcome, of course. Thank you all for watching, and I'll be ending the recording here. So, see you again for more next time. And thank you for watching. Bye.